and welcome to this virtual full council meeting by virtue of regulations passed due to the COVID-19 pandemic to enable constituted meetings and decision making to take place virtually. The requirement for public meetings to be made accessible to the public remains, and the link to the virtual meeting is available on the council's website in the usual live meeting link page. If a connection to a member is lost during this meeting, all efforts will be made to enable connection to be restored. If the connection cannot be restored within a reasonable time, the meeting will proceed, but the member who was disconnected will not be able to vote on the matter under discussion, as they would not have heard all the facts. Should any aspect of the external link fail, I may call a short adjournment up to 5 minutes or so to determine whether the connection can quickly be re-established, either by video technology or telephone in the alternative. If the connection is not restored within that time, the meeting will be adjourned and any further business will not proceed until another date and time. Any public questions submitted for the meeting during this period of virtual meetings will be read out by myself and answered at the meeting. Could members please mute their microphones whilst not speaking to reduce noise interruption during the meeting, and unmute when a vote or a roll call is about to be taken. I have, in consultation with group leaders, varied the order of the agenda, and I also need to ask members if they will move and second an amendment to Council Procedure Rule 15.5, as it would be difficult to provide council consent to move an extension to speeches. It has been proposed that timings will include the extensions. Therefore, any member wishing to speak will be granted 4 minutes, 30 seconds, and those members with a right of reply, 6 minutes, 30 seconds. I call on Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Sykes to second this.
Move, Madam Mayor.
Second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is there any dissent? Okay, item 1, apologies. I have received apologies for absence from Councillors Steve Bashforth, Chadderton, Ibrahim, Williams and Akhtar. Item 2 is attendance and declaration of interest. A roll call will now take place to confirm attendance of members and for members to declare any interests.
Councillor
Thank you, Liz.
Councillor
Present.
Councillor Al Hamdani.
Present.
Councillor Ali.
Present.
Councillor Alias. Councillor Alias.
Present.
Councillor Ball.
Present.
Councillor Marie Bashforth.
Present.
Councillor Briggs.
Present.
Councillor Brownridge.
Present.
Councillor Byrne. Councillor Byrne.
She's on mute.
You're on mute, Pam.
Mute, Pam.
Present.
Councillor Chowan.
Present, and also declaration of interest, item 9D, Myocare Council appointee board member.
Councillor Cosgrove.
Present.
Councillor Curley.
Present.
Councillor Davis.
Present.
Councillor Dean.
Present.
Councillor Fielding.
Present.
Councillor Gary.
Present.
Councillor Chris Gloucester.
Present, and declaration of a personal interest in 9D, police, fire and crime panel.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
Present, and
personal interest in 9D as well.
Councillor Goodwin,
Present.
Councillor Hamlet,
Present, and also declaration of interest 9D Mile Care Board.
Councillor Hack,
Present.
Councillor Harkness,
Present.
Councillor Harrison,
Present.
Councillor Hewitt,
Present.
Councillor Holbein,
Present.
Councillor Hudson,
Present.
Councillor Hume,
Present.
Councillor Aftab Hussain,
Present.
Councillor Feeder Hussain,
Present.
Councillor Iqbal, Councillor Iqbal, Councillor Jabbar,
Present.
Councillor Jakes,
Present.
Councillor Leach,
Present.
Councillor Malik,
Present.
Councillor McLaren,
Present.
Councillor Moores,
Present.
Councillor Murphy,
Present.
Councillor Mushtaq,
Present.
Councillor Fithian,
Present.
Councillor Price, Councillor Price,
Present.
Councillor Roberts,
Present.
Councillor Salamat,
Present.
Councillor Shah,
Present.
Councillor Sheldon,
Present.
Councillor Shuttleworth,
Present.
Councillor Stretton,
Present.
Councillor Surjan,
Present.
Councillor Sykes,
Present.
Councillor Taylor,
Present.
Councillor Torr,
Present.
Councillor O'Rayman,
Present.
Councillor Williamson,
Present.
Madam Mayor.
Present. Thank you. We're
Madam
going on
Mayor?
to,
Madam Mayor, I think I've
Sorry?
been a bit amiss. Can I declare a pecuniary interest on 9D, a police, fire and crime panel? Apologies.
thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 3, the minutes. This council agreed that the council minutes from the meeting held on 9th of September 2020 are agreed as a correct record of the meeting.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Madam Mayor,
Agreed.
if possible, I'd just like to make a brief observation on the minutes from last time, if that's permitted.
Yes,
Yes, just to note that the minutes from the previous meeting show that the Liberal Democrat group submitted 3 motions of opposition business under the item of opposition business. That has been the case for every meeting since I've been leader where there is an item of opposition business. And I believe that it has been the case since 2015. The minutes of all of those meetings that I'm referring to are available publicly on the council's website. And so it is already a matter of public record that the Liberal Democrat group submit 3 motions of opposition business at every council meeting. But I just think it was worth drawing attention to at this meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
thank you. Item 4, urgent business. There are no items of urgent business. Item 5 is communications. I would like to inform members that Councillor Chadderton has given birth to a little girl. I'm sure members will join me in congratulating Councillor Chadderton. Item 6, petitions. There are 2 petitions for council to note. And we move on to item 7, leaders annual statement. I call on Councillor Fielding to present his annual report. Councillor Fielding, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm doing so for the first time virtually, so I hope you'll bear with me. When I delivered this equivalent speech at the same time last year, I started by saying that we were meeting in what for many was the most turbulent political time of our lives. We were looking at a budget decimated by a decade of austerity, a question mark over a Brexit withdrawal agreement, and a December general election. But that looks like the understatement of the century now. Looking back on last year, it's easy to forget the optimism that we had. Yes, nationally, there were huge political questions to be answered, but locally we were seeing real improvements in education outcomes, the investments we'd made in day-to-day services and our roads were paying dividends, and we just signed up as a real living wage employer. Sorry. Shortly after the statement last year, we also launched our town centre vision, a plan to invest in the borough to boost the local economy and make it a greener, cleaner and better place to live. The pandemic has, of course, prompted us to revisit some of these plans, and the optimism of last year has been replaced by real concern about the future. So many people have lost loved ones, and particularly tragically, haven't always been able to be there for them at the end. Young people have missed months of schooling, and many had to deal with huge uncertainty in the summer about their qualifications. Many residents have lost their jobs, have spent time furloughed, or are worrying about the future of their employers or businesses. We've gone through cycles of confusing and repeatedly changing restrictions impacting people's mental health and physical health, and it's understandable that people are shaken. And 12 months on, we are still waiting to see what the final outcome will be for Brexit, with the government so far failing to secure a deal for a future relationship and missing its own deadlines, 3 so far, for the completion of talks. The challenge to the council's revenue budget is also even worse. After another year of being told by the government to do more with less, we were instructed by the government to spend whatever it takes to tackle COVID. But now across the country, we see local authorities on the brink of bankruptcy, and there's still no sign of the local government finance settlement for 2021-22, which begins in April, that would allow us to plan with confidence. We've learned a lot in recent weeks, and let's be very clear. From the start, the government have managed this pandemic according to the short-term best interests of Conservative donors and MPs in the south of England, not for the people in places like Oldham. At the start, when cases were growing in London and the southeast at a higher rate than elsewhere, we went into a national lockdown. And nobody around here was saying lockdown should be limited to only the worst affected places, because we recognised that we're all connected, and the best way to reduce the virus was for everybody to act. When the first lockdown showed cases falling in London and the southeast, restrictions were removed, even though the virus was still very present in other parts of the country, like here. People were encouraged to go back to workplaces and to eat out to help out, and people were told implicitly that they could relax. Then when cases in Oldham started to rise again, restrictions were reimposed at a local level, but this time without the support that was deemed necessary the first time around. With case numbers highest in the North and the Midlands, we had to wrestle with government for help for our people and our economy. We were told that things like a furlough scheme that paid more than 2/3 of wages was simply impossible. The government's scientific advisors have been frank. Localised Tier 3 restrictions were unlikely to work, and we'd have had a better chance if the government introduced stricter measures at a national level. And now here we are, with a national lockdown beginning at 1 minute past midnight tonight, but brought in too late, with the delay potentially costing thousands more lives and further damage to the economy, because it's probably going to have to be longer than it would have been had it been introduced earlier. Of course, now those Tory shies are involved again. The Chancellor's found the money for an 80% furlough scheme that he told us here was impossible 2 weeks ago, when it was only northern workers that would have to suffer. The north-south divide is never far from this government's mind, and not in a way that benefits Oldham. In their eyes, we seem to be the noisy lot who don't know how to behave. I'm not speaking today pretending that tackling a pandemic is easy. I'm not criticising with the benefit of hindsight. There were always going to be mistakes and issues to be ironed out along the way. But it's so frustrating though, because so much of this was foreseeable. It was clear early, and many people said at the time, that the places that would be worst affected would be those where poverty is highest. That's because people in areas with a lot of poverty are more likely to live in cramped or overcrowded housing, more likely to do the frontline key worker jobs that involve interaction with the public, and more likely to have other health conditions that increase the risk from COVID. Instead of designing solutions to address this reality, there has been scapegoating of communities and blaming individuals. It's encouraged a rise in racism, which damages both society and our ability to control the virus. So often when I've posted online about work I've been doing on the ground as a councillor in Failsworth, I get responses saying things like, "We know where the virus is, why don't you go and sort out those places?" It shows ignorance of the fact that the council and public health teams are working across the borough, but more dangerously, it shows ignorance of the fact that the virus is in all of our towns and villages in the borough. And indeed, amongst the areas of the borough with the highest rates of COVID last week were Failsworth East, Royton North, Royton South, and Crompton. But it seems that there are some people who have believed the story that it's an issue for Black and minority ethnic communities or other areas, and that they can carry on doing what they want. We've had this scapegoating of communities and eat out to help out, rather than things like proper support for those who are self-employed, proper resourcing for local public health teams, and a recognition that we get through this together, or not at all. And it's no wonder that in the midst of all this, local people are struggling. But while this is clearly an incredibly difficult time for the council, the borough and the country, I still see a cause for hope. We've seen what a united Oldham can achieve, from the mutual aid groups in the early days, to council officers and the voluntary sector out on the doorstep providing information, support and tests, to last week where the council, our partners like Madlow, and businesses across the borough stepped in to feed young people when the government decided not to. I've been privileged to get involved in different parts of this, from delivering food parcels from the food bank and brewing up for rough sleepers at Street Angels, to making some of the sandwiches for the children in need of a lunch during half term. And it's been fantastic to see and be a part of Oldham working together. It's the best of this borough, and it's that spirit that will see us through the challenges. It might seem strange to say, but the other thing that gives me optimism is some of the government interventions over recent months. Getting through this pandemic is going to require serious, bold government intervention. It's clearer every day that a return to how things were is no longer an option. There's plenty to criticise, but the crisis has at least demonstrated the impact that government intervention can have. Our train and bus services have effectively been taken under public control, though the profits are still held privately. And the furlough and business support scheme has shown how the government can support jobs and businesses at scale if it wishes to. Unfortunately, though, so far it's appeared that much of the government's activity has been about preserving the status quo and simply keeping things as they are on ice so that we can just pick up where we left off when the coronavirus crisis passes. The most obvious examples of this are the attempts to stop people working from home to support commercial landlords in city centres and pret-a-manger, and sending students to halls to protect the incomes of universities and again those landlords instead of encouraging online teaching. Business as usual isn't and shouldn't be an option. From government, what we really need is decisive action to take us towards a better future. People want to live in a country where older and vulnerable residents are properly looked after, and where the incredible carers that do that work are paid what they are worth. We need safe and affordable housing, a transport system that works for people rather than shareholders, and decent, well-paid jobs in the industries of the future. Matt Hancock first promised us that a green paper setting out their plans to fix social care will be coming in 2017. More than 3 years later, we're still waiting. We'll never know how many lives would have been saved if our social care system was properly funded and integrated with the NHS now. We can't turn back the clock, but better social care should be a priority for the post-COVID world. If we didn't already know, the pandemic has shown us the value of a good home, of being able to get together, and the importance of our green space. The planning system needs to change, but current proposals could lead to shoddier building, less democratic control, and more threat to the green belt. That's not what people wanted before COVID, and it's certainly not what they want after. We've seen how government can intervene to protect industries or help them grow, but rather than limiting that intervention to protect Pret and their mate in charge of Wetherspoons while independent pubs are closed, let's support independent businesses. Let's invest in green infrastructure and technology, and let's bring the buses and trains controlled properly. These kinds of policies are the building blocks of a better tomorrow. But to get there, we need the government to act now. They've shown that they can do it if they want to. But there's plenty that we could do locally as well, despite the huge budget challenge that we face. It was fantastic to be able to announce the purchase of Spindle Shopping Centre recently. While we were told initially that we weren't allowed to reveal the price for legal reasons, I'm delighted that we've now been given permission to confirm that whilst it was bought by previous owners for over £40 million, we managed to get the whole centre for 9.5 million, less than a quarter of what the people we bought it off paid for it. At that price, getting public control of such a central, strategically important site rather than let it go into managed decline really was a no-brainer. And arguably, the land that it sits on itself is worth more than what we paid for it. I know spending money when times are so tight raise some eyebrows, but as well as getting it at a knockdown price, it's an investment that will actually save the council a lot of money. It's been bought with cash rather than taking on additional external debt, so there's no loan to pay back or interest payments, and it's self-financing, with income from the centre being sufficient to cover management and maintenance costs. I don't claim to be an expert shopping centre manager, but I was sold on the potential of the site for our borough. We'll be able to revitalise it by moving the Tommyfield market traders in, bringing our retail offer into one place in a way that will help the traders and existing shops, as well as making a better experience for shoppers. We'll also open up opportunities to create a brand new linear park in the town, build more homes on brownfield sites to protect more of our greenbelt, and eventually have council staff working in there too, so that we don't need to spend money on a shiny new council building. It's a win on several levels and is exactly the kind of proactive move that will set Oldham up to flourish on the other side of the pandemic. And the Northern Routes project down on the fringes of Alexandra Park is another example of this kind of approach. We can be under no illusion though. There's a long fight ahead before we get to that possible brighter future. Throughout the pandemic, we've seen most success when we've pulled together, when we've looked out for each other, and when we've spoken with one voice. As individuals, it remains incredibly important that we continue to follow the guidance, particularly around social distancing and personal hygiene. I know how tired people are of the sacrifices we've had to make, but the best chance we've got is if we keep following the rules closely. And as a community, we can't stop speaking loudly about what we want now and in the future. We've seen how loud our voice can be in Greater Manchester. We need the people in Westminster to know that we're not going to sit quietly, let them decimate northern towns in the way that they did in the 80s. In the summer, here in Oldham, we launched a Save Oldham Services campaign to highlight the impact of COVID on the services that we can provide and the failure of the government to reimburse the cost of responding to the coronavirus pandemic. Nearly 1,000 residents have chosen to co-sign a letter, which will go to the Prime Minister this evening. A strong, united message that Oldham will not be ignored. I'm proud to lead this council and I'm proud of our borough. We've shown real fight this year. COVID has knocked us to the deck a few times and we've suffered losses that we'll never be able to get back. But there's plenty of fighting left to do. And if we keep supporting one another, I know it's one we can win. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Does council note the statement?
Yes.
Noted.
Agreed. Noted.
Agreed. Noted.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Right, we'll move on to item 8, Youth Council. There is no Youth Council business to consider. Item 9 is question time. This part of the agenda is question time, where council will consider all questions submitted in the order received, starting with public questions. Due to the current situation, I will read out all questions that have been submitted. There is a 15-minute time limit for public questions, and once this limit expires, no further questions will be asked. If the time limit has expired and a member of public has submitted a question which has been ruled in for consideration, the question and response will be published on the council's website. The first question has been received from Joshua Charters, and he asks, what action is the council taking to deter fly tipping across the borough, specifically in the Medlock Vale ward, where fly tipping has caused many streets to become an eyesore. I call on Councillor Brownridge to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Oldham Council takes the matter of fly tipping very seriously, and we've had this conversation at several council meetings previously. We've increased the number of staff who enforce and collect fly tipping as the need arises, and the district partnerships work very closely with local communities to educate people to do the right thing, which includes how to dispose of their waste through domestic waste streams, including recycling, to minimise the amount of waste left for others to collect. We've streamlined the reporting procedure, which can be found on the Council's website, to make it easier to report and to get information on the progress of how waste has been dealt with. In all cases where evidence is found, we issue a fixed penalty of up to £400, and if this goes unpaid, we prosecute. If, as in some cases, we cannot identify those responsible, we aim to remove the waste at the earliest opportunity to a maximum of 20 days. I can promise you that Oldham is serious when dealing with fly tipping and will do all it can within the law to ensure that these irresponsible people are dealt with in the most appropriate way, and we will eventually see an end to the blight that such behaviour causes. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brownridge. The next question has been submitted by Connor Green. Work has finally started on the Saddleworth School, though many children who should have attended the new building are now grown up. When is the new school expected to be open for pupils who deserve a much better learning environment than that in Upper Mill? I call on Councillor Mushtaq to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and can I thank Connor Green for the question. I fully agree with the sentiments of the question in that the pupils that have left, the former pupils, did deserve a better school to be educated in. In terms of the answer to the question, the DFE are advising that Interserve, the main contractor for the new Saddleworth School, are due to hand over the school by the start of March 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mushtaq. The next question has been submitted by Mark Rooney. Remembrance Sunday services are due to take place soon, and it is likely that we will still be under some kind of restrictions on social gatherings because of COVID-19. Has the council got contingency plans in place to commemorate the war fallen on Remembrance Sunday if services cannot take place in the usual way? I call on Councillor Shah to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Mark for his question. The decision not to hold parades or ceremonies at each memorial this year has not been easy. We looked very carefully as to whether gatherings could be arranged, but came to the decision that people's safety could not be guaranteed. We are committed to keeping people safe and doing all we can to stop the spread of the virus while commemorating Remembrance Sunday. We had planned to hold a special church service at Oldham Parish Church on Remembrance Sunday with civic dignitaries, members of the Royal British Legion, service units and organisations in a safe and social distance environment. But the government's announcement for the national lockdown with restrictions on gatherings at places of worship has prevented us from holding the planned church service. However, the service will be streamed via the council's website at 10:50 AM on Remembrance Sunday. Although not all of the service will be broadcast live, the new arrangements will hopefully ensure that the broadcast is a meaningful and respectful and as respectful as it would have been if we were able to be there in person. We're reminding residents to remember at home, and also that anyone is very much invited to lay a wreath and pay their own respects at any one of the borough's memorials, but if they do choose to do so, to avoid the time on either Remembrance Sunday or Armistice Day, and ensure that everyone adheres to COVID-19 social distance guidelines. We will be lighting the Civic Centre Tower and Oldham Parish Church with poppies as a visual reminder that the sacrifice of so many will never ever be forgotten. And we will also be encouraging people to support the Royal British Legion by visiting their website, making a donation to the Poppy Appeal and downloading a Poppy poster to display at home. We know that people will be disappointed by the changes to our remembrance events this year, but we can still pay our respects together in spirit, if not in person. Those who wish to donate to the Poppy Appeal can do so online by visiting the Royal British Legion's website. Additionally, you can add a tribute to their online field of remembrance, and you can also download an A4 Poppy poster display in your home windows. Donations make a huge difference, Madam Mayor, to the lives of current and former service personnel, especially as support is given to those from all generations who are experiencing new hardships during this pandemic. We want to remind residents to please take care, more importantly, be safe. Hopefully we can be back to pay our respects in the usual way next year. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. The next question has been submitted by Glyn Williams. Oldham Council has launched a Save Our Services campaign because it says that it has not received the money it needs to deal with COVID-19 and might have to make further cuts to recover the money. What kind of things has Oldham Council had to pay for that it wouldn't otherwise have done, for which it wants to be reimbursed? I call on Councillor Jabbar to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and can I thank Glyn Williams for the question. At the end of October, the government responded to national calls for additional resources for local government and provided the council with 6.058 million of additional unring-fenced grant. The council also expects to receive 1.282 million as a first tranche of compensation for lost sales, fees and charges income. This has therefore improved the financial position of the council, but nevertheless, there's still financial pressure being experienced that wouldn't otherwise be the case. This relates to both increased expenditure, but also lost incomes. Some examples of these are purchase of additional bed and packages of care in care homes, purchase of personal protective equipment, additional cost of home to school transport due to social distancing requirement, additional cost of supporting children with special educational needs and disability, reduced income from car parking, school meals, licensing, commercial rents and investment. While the government has provided increased support in this financial year, a concern is that funding intentions for 2021-22 are not clear. There is an estimated £30 million budget shortfall for 21-22. The council awaits the government's spending review announcement due at the end of this month. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jabbar. The next question has been submitted by Nick Georgiou. Oldham certainly needs a mix of new homes, including homes for people who want to move up the property ladder without moving away. But what is the council doing to provide affordable housing for those who need it, particularly when the government definition affordable is not really affordable to the majority of people in Oldham who are less affluent? The entry point of affordability is set too high, I feel, and I wondered whether the council could contribute towards the need for assisting the poorest of our communities who wish to remain. I call on Councillor Roberts to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Last year, 575 new homes were completed in Oldham, of which 176 were completed by registered providers and the council and are classed as affordable. The majority of these affordable homes were let at affordable rent, which, as Mr. Georgiou says, is set high by the government at up to 80% of open market rent. Government rules mean that grant to support affordable new build is only available for homes let at affordable rent or shared ownership. Funding is not currently available to build general needs homes for social rent, which is said to be about 60% of open market value in Oldham. The new Affordable Homes programme, which runs from 2021 to 26, does allow for homes to be let at a social rent in areas such as Oldham. However, the grant levels will only be the same as for homes let at affordable rent. And you can see that that then presents an affordability issue in terms of bill. Oldham Council is, however, currently building 19 new homes at Primrose Bank, and plans are being developed to deliver 48 new wheelchair accessible affordable homes on sites across the borough.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. The next question has been submitted by Gareth Evans. Could you please let me know what is happening with the Chapel Road 3G facility in Hollingwood? This facility is £1 million facility, which has been shut for nearly 3 years now and will run into ruin if not reopened soon. There seems to be no urgency with reopening the facility, even though it was a heavily used community facility that was funded out of taxpayers' money, the SRB fund. Whilst this facility is unmanned, it leaves itself open to vandalism and worse, and a community facility is just being lost and is a total waste of resource. I believe that the facility was transferred over to our successful bidder 18 months ago, but the whole process had to be re-performed at a great expense of money, time and effort for all concerned due to our technicality. I believe that the bids have again been submitted and we are once again way past the deadline with no progress made. Can you please give me some undertaking as to when this decision will be made? My football club used the facility since its inception right up until it closed, and we have been nomadic for 3 years playing our football outside the borough. Our football club is one of the oldest in the area and we have been going since 1968. This facility was used by hundreds of children every week, from Oldham Girls Leagues and Junior Leagues on a Saturday morning and adults on a Saturday afternoon. I would please like to know the timescales of it reopening. Originally, the bids had to maintain its use as a community facility, and the community is desperate for this facility, having waited patiently for over 3 years. I call on Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Oldham Community Leisure terminated its contractual arrangements to operate the site in September 2017. A sale marketing exercise was undertaken in July 2018, which resulted in a preferred bidder being selected. However, this decision was legally challenged. Therefore, the council took full account of the challenge and cancelled the tender exercise. Following this, a full review has taken place considering the site status, needs of the adjoining school and other users, and disposal processes. The pitch was assessed in February 2019 under FA guidelines and was failed principally on account of the poor condition of the pitch. The council has decided to proceed with the disposal through an open procurement exercise. This will provide the council with an opportunity to specify the scope and standard of works required to bring the facility back into use. The property has not been remarketed yet and no new bids have been received. The occupation and use of part of the site by St Margaret's School will be regularised. The lease to the school of part of the site and the disposal of the whole site, subject to the lease, will both be subject to the approval of the Secretary of State. The council is not in control of the timing and process of those consents, which will be in the hands of the Secretary of State. It is not possible to predict how long this process will take, as the council is only a facilitator, meaning that the council is unable to give a timeline for when a successful bidder will be able to proceed. Officers will endeavour to expedite matters within the council's control and keep the interested parties informed. It's unfortunate that pitch had reached the end of its useful life, meaning that on safety grounds it had to be taken out of use. It's accepted that this loss of the resource is regrettable, but the council is progressing the matter with all due diligence. It's also acknowledged that the site's status in recent history has caused it to be a target for vandals, and as a result, the council has periodically carried out appropriate repair work. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. We have now run out of time and we'll move on to Leader and Cabinet questions. The next part of section is questions to Leader and Cabinet with a time limit of 30 minutes. I have advance notice of questions. The Leader of the main opposition will ask his questions. Councillor Sykes, please ask your 2 questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My first question tonight is something the leader's already touched on, and it's about Oldham Town Centre shopping centres, which I don't think will be any surprise really. So it'd be remiss of me, first of all, not to congratulate him on his leader's statement, but also on becoming Oldham's biggest shopkeeper. It's a bold venture to purchase not 1 but 2 shopping centres in today's retail climate, but I understand, as the leader described it, it's an absolute bargain, and so let's all hope it is. Many of the units in both Spindles and Town Square shopping centre lie empty. Some of these have been empty for a long time, and consequently many residents are wondering whether this is in fact represents a risky purchase, not necessarily something I would agree with. Town centres across Britain are becoming increasingly devoid of customers, as many people today are wary of stepping much further than their doorsteps with the ever-present COVID-19 threat, and the epidemic has also extended the trend of more shoppers doing their shopping online from home, either for mail order or even the supermarket. The leader's spoken about moving Tommyfield Market in its entirety into these 2 shopping centres and relocating hundreds of council staff, maybe above the shops, though I'm sure he will be working, although I'm sure many of those staff will be working from home for the foreseeable future, if not forever. These actions to repurpose the shopping centre will cost significant sums of money, as will their refurbishment, and any details on that will be welcome. Council's relationship with some of the Tommyfield market traders in recent history has not always been a happy one, with some traders feeling abandoned. Can the leader tell me tonight what discussions council officers have held in advance of the purchase with Tommyfield market traders or subsequent to the purchase, and what has been the response to the proposals, and what incentives and support this council will provide them to make sure they can make the move? Now the leader has let us know the purchase cost of 9.5 million to Oldham Council taxpayers. Can he also tell us a little bit more about the administration's plans for these 2 shopping precincts to make them vibrant once more, whether as a renewed and reduced retail offer, as a town centre for homes, as a new civic hub, or even as a potential new home for the Coliseum Theatre? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'll call on Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Sykes for his constructive challenge on this issue. And it is a constructive challenge, and many of the questions that he's raised on behalf of residents, which it's helpfully he noted he did not necessarily agree with, are legitimate concerns for people to raise. I think that it is a disappointment to walk around Spindles and Town Square Shopping Centre as it is at the moment, with the number of vacant units that we see in there. And that is why our control of the shopping centre allows us to do something that can stimulate things that will drive more footfall into that shopping centre by repurposing it in many of the ways that we've already discussed. Moving the Tommyfield market traders into there, potentially moving many of our staff into there, because some of them will still need desks and places to work, and some of them like coming into work because people are social animals after all, and the absence of interaction is something that has taken a toll on many of our members of staff mental health. So there will still be a demand for that office space. In terms of the refurbishment of the centre, we made an allocation for capital for purchases within our capital programme, and the allocation was significantly larger than the final price of the Spindle shopping centre, and so there is sufficient give within our capital programme to complete remodelling works within our budget as necessary in order to relocate both Tommyfield and office space and whatever else it may be without creating an additional drag or a need to revisit and expand the capital programme. With regards to discussions with the Tommyfield market traders, I recall I have fond memories of a meeting with the Tommyfield market traders in the market office not long before lockdown, either shortly before or shortly after Christmas, where we discussed what different people in the room considered to be the retail core of Oldham Town Centre and the challenges that they faced by not being perceived to be within that retail core, being perceived to be on the edge of town. And it was a number of traders themselves that suggested that moving into vacant space on Marketplace in Oldham Town Centre, and they suggested the former Littlewoods building, which is now Primark, of course, as a missed opportunity from years ago, but if not there, into the Spindles itself. And so this was a suggestion that came from a number of the market traders and which they were enthusiastic about before we'd even started to explore the option of purchasing the shopping centre. I've also since then had a discussion with more traders at a meeting where we made sure that they were aware of the news of the purchase of the shopping centre prior to it going in the newspapers, so that they heard it directly from the council rather than from the press. And that received some positive comments, a number of comments of concern about the uncertainty and the timescale and what that might mean for traders in the future. But generally speaking, now the news has settled down, the feedback is that a majority of the traders are up for moving and recognise that the current building, which does attract a subsidy from the council in order to keep it sustainable and does have a number of backlog maintenance issues, which because of the age of the heating system and other such things within the building may never be resolved. They are up for moving in there and see why this is a necessary change. Now that the Tommyfield market traders have got certainty over the length of time that they will remain in that building before they are asked to move into the Spindles if they want to remain in Oldham, we can start to look at the money that we use to support them in terms of rents or whatever that may be. And so the question mark that we had for a long time was certainty of our position, and it was very difficult to put more money into supporting traders with their rents or supporting them in other ways without knowing how long that might be for. Now we know the timescale, we can look at ways of supporting the Tommyfield market traders, and we're constantly engaging with them on the best way to do that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Councillor Sykes, that's your second question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank the leader for his pretty comprehensive answer, and I look forward to maybe working with him on this if that's appropriate and possible. And I'm pleased to see that we're looking at including all in outreach and purchase. My second question tonight, Madam Mayor, is on building on brownfield sites. Another very hopefully topical question. It's a subject that's highlighted in importance by the recent publication, 7th attempt I might add, of the Oldham Plan and the Greater Manchester Spatial Framework proposals, and namely the use of brownfield land to build houses upon. I'm sure the leader will be aware that the Town and Country Planning Brownfield Land Register Regulations 2017 require local authorities to prepare, maintain and publish a register of brownfield land. The register should identify previously developed sites in the borough that are considered as being suitable for housing. The present government supposedly has a target to build 300,000 homes in each of the next 5 years. A recent study by the countryside charity, the Council for Protection of Rural England, has found that there is enough brownfield land that has been previously developed to provide space to build 300,000 homes in England in each of the next 4 years and then some. In fact, enough land to build 1,300,000 homes for all. Given that the administration has now rightly adopted a brownfield first policy and the Oldham public are rightly up in arms about any possibility of building on Greenbelt, can the leader tell me how many homes the sites currently listed on the council's brownfield register can accommodate? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Sykes for recognising the Council's adoption of a brownfield first policy. It's a policy that's particularly challenging to put into practice here in Oldham because of the remediation costs of many of our brownfield sites and also the complexity of some of our ownerships of those sites. But it is something that we remain committed to because, as with all members in this chamber, we want to protect as much of our green belt from development as we can. In terms of the number of homes that we are required to provide land for as part of the Greater Manchester Spatial Framework, which is based on what I have openly said are inflated figures to meet a Conservative Party manifesto pledge to build 300,000 homes a year. In terms of the numbers that will be constructed on brownfield sites, it is more than 8,000 out of a total of 11,000. So the number of homes in total in the plan is in excess of 11,000, of which fewer than 3,000 will be built or proposed to be built on land that will be released from the Greenbelt. And so it is clear that the majority of homes that will be built during the period of the Greater Manchester Spatial Framework will be on those brownfield sites. We can look in future at picking up some of the slack on other brownfield sites that haven't necessarily been identified or have been discounted because they are either expensive to remediate or have complex ownership issues. But the plan is a plan for the next 20 years, and that is to meet our housing requirement as set out by the Conservative government. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. The Leader of the Minority Opposition to ask a question, Councillor Hudson.
Madam Mayor, we are in the middle of the biggest crisis of this century, and people of this borough now need to know more than ever where their hard-earned money is being spent and how. And the council faces financial pressures due to COVID-19, and I pay tribute to the council staff who are going the extra mile to make sure the public services continue as best they can. So will the council leader please confirm if the cost of the purchase of the Spindles Shopping Centre includes all liabilities?
Thank you, Councillor Hudson. Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
I feel like I need to ask for clarification on what is meant by all liabilities.
Well, the assets and liabilities that takes a lot of extra money. One can give a bold figure, but when it comes out, it's thousands of pounds extra. And we need to know, and the people of Oldham need to know, what is the commitment. So if you want to say it in terms of pounds, shillings and pence, all right, but I didn't want to put you on that spot. I just wanted you to know whether you've included all the liabilities in your assessment of the money that you're spending on behalf of the ratepayers. In other words, what debts are included and etc., etc.
I think that's as clear as it's going to be. Well, as I said in the leader's statement, we didn't borrow any money to purchase the spindles. The purchase price was £9.5 million, which is less than a quarter of the price that the previous owners paid for it. And all appropriate due diligence was done by finance staff, as you would expect it to be at the council.
I don't expect the government or local councils to do anything unless the people have given their permission. And I think we should be telling people what it really costs. I'm not saying you've done wrong. I'm just saying, what is the spin on it?
Madam Mayor, I can only reconfirm again that the purchase price of the spindles was £9.5 million and all appropriate due diligence was done.
I'd appreciate it, Madam Mayor, if I could get that reply in writing.
Councillor Fielding.
Well, I understand that it will be in the minutes because that figure has been referred to a number of times throughout this meeting, and so it's a matter of public record. But if you want an email, a one-liner that says we paid £9.5 million, I'm quite happy to send that.
Thank you.
Do it now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll move on now. I call on Councillor McLaren to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is as follows. Telecommunications technology continues to evolve, and residents have expressed some concern about masts that are being erected in various parts of the borough. Could the Cabinet member responsible for planning please advise what powers the council have to control this type of development? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McLaren. Councillor Roberts to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank Councillor McLaren for his question. Telecommunications development is one of the government's priorities as set out within Section 10 of the National Planning Policy Framework. As a result, masts mostly benefit from permitted development rights, we've discussed these before, meaning they do not in most cases require planning permission. However, masts are in most parts subject to the prior approval of the council. The issues that the council consider are under the prior approval are very limited. They are specifically limited to quotes, siting and appearance, end quote. All other issues such as health implications and so on are outside the prior approval regime. In relation to siting, consideration is usually restricted to whether the siting would jeopardise the highway safety, for example, where the structure is sited on a footpath. The council can refuse prior approval on grounds of siting if there is demonstrable harm to public safety but not health concerns. Under appearance, we would usually consider visual impact, but in most cases, the structures are required to be designed in specific ways. It's difficult to control their appearance. We can, however, consider mitigating measures to soften visual impact where appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. I call on Councillor Malik to ask a question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It has been well documented in the local media that the market traders would like a rent holiday for their stalls at Tommy Field. Could the relevant cabinet member tell me if they have granted rent holidays to occupiers of any other council properties during the crisis? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Malik. I call on Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks to Council. I am on Anna. Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Malik for his question. Many small businesses, sole traders and independent traders get in touch with me from across the borough as they're struggling to survive at this very difficult time. We continue to lobby the government for more financial support, but as you know, it continues to be very limited, and we're currently working through the latest guidance from government with regards to the latest support packages for businesses for the second lockdown period, which commences tomorrow morning. For consistency and fairness, we have not granted rent holidays to any occupiers of any corporate properties, market traders or otherwise. And due to the financial support packages available from the government to pay rents, etc., the council will continue to issue rental invoices to all its tenants, not just market traders, with repayment plans being developed for those who were not able to make payments during the lockdown periods. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. I call on Councillor Taylor to ask a question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One of the most important roles of this council is our responsibility as corporate parents. Could the Cabinet Member for Children's Services please tell us how Oldham Council fulfils its role as a corporate parent in ensuring that all young people in our care receive the best possible support as they prepare for adult life? Thank you.
I call on Councillor Moores to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Taylor, for the question. You're quite right. Corporate parenting is one of the most important roles that we have as elected members. The Council's Corporate Parenting Panel receives regular performance data in relation to young people in and leaving care. One of the most enjoyable parts of being on the Corporate Parenting Panel, and I'm sure colleagues who are on it will agree with me, is that the Children in Care Council attend and they provide valuable feedback. I had quite a detailed response to this, but I picked out some bullet points. There is a dedicated independent reviewing officer for leaving care whose focus is on supporting young people transitioning from care into adulthood. There is a commitment to ensuring that young people do not leave care until they are ready to do so. Young people can live with their foster carers post-18 under staying put. The number of young people remaining with their former foster carers has been high in Oldham in comparison to our statistical neighbours. Looked after young people aged 16 to 18 have access to specialist nurses and Oldham CCG have agreed to fund prepayment prescriptions for any care leaver up to the age of 25, as long as they are registered with a GP in Oldham. We also have a dedicated looked after team with the Healthy Young Minds service in Oldham. And in terms of education, employment and training, outcome for 16 to 18-year-olds in Oldham is comparable to our statistical neighbours, and Oldham has a high number of its care leavers going to university. The virtual school and social services have recently funded and developed a youth involvement project to provide support to care leavers around their pre-employment skills. There is a new speech and language therapist role with the virtual school focused on raising education attainment of children and young people who are looked after with additional needs as they transition to further education. For care leavers aged 19 plus, there is a dedicated work coach within Get Oldham Working. In Oldham, we encourage our young people to have a voice, and our youth service promote the work of the Children in Care Council and Barrier Breakers. Oldham was successful, I think it was last year, in application to the National Recognised Quorum Voice New Belongings Programme, and I received the feedback from that today, and it was excellent. Oldham also has a Mind of My Own issue going to help children, young people and care leavers to share their views and contribute towards planning for their future. And there is also a Young Inspectors scheme where care experienced young people can quality assure services that help to prepare young people for adulthood. And I would encourage all elected members to learn about the Children's Champion scheme and take part in it if they can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. I call on Councillor Hazel Gloucester to ask her question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can the Cabinet member responsible please tell me how much money per year Oldham Council and its partners are receiving from the European Union, from funds such as the European Social Fund and the European Regional Development Fund? Can the Cabinet member tell me what services and activities these funds support? And finally, can I receive some assurance that the UK government has committed to fully replacing these funds after the UK exits the European Union? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gloucester. I call on Councillor Jabbar to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and can I thank Councillor Hazel Gloucester for the question. I think it's a really good question, Hazel, that you've asked. With regards to the European funding, the Council does not receive a fixed sum per year. Instead, the funding is allocated to specific projects which span several financial years. For projects which are currently in progress, funding has been secured up to 31st of March 2023 and totals to 2.568 million. Project currently support including employment support projects funded by the European Social Fund. In addition, the European Regional Development Fund provides funding for projects to support the community energy sector, support the community food sector, develop new models for business support, explore how local economy might recover from COVID crisis, explore how local economies can transition to a circular business model, taking waste out of circulation, development and pilot new carbon-free heating system for residential properties. In addition, the Greater Manchester Growth Company is responsible for managing a series of business development and growth projects through the Greater Manchester Business Growth Hub. These are all funded by the current GM European Structural Investment Fund. Oldham Council benefits from a dedicated account manager at the Growth Hub that provides pathway for Oldham businesses to access support. The government has announced that the Shared Prosperity Fund will replace European Structural Investment Fund. Historically, these funds have formed a substantial component of spending on the region's economic development in the UK, especially in the poorest region. As yet, there are no details regarding the overall amount of replacement funding available or how funding will be allocated between different parts of the UK and between different projects. The government has, however, highlighted that boosting productivity and tackling inequalities will be two objectives of the new Shared Prosperity Fund. I think, Madam Mayor, this is a subject that we need to keep an eye on, and everyone across party needs to lobby government to make sure that we don't lose out as a result of exiting from the European Union. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jabbar. I call on Councillor Hack to ask a question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We all know that the pandemic had a major impact on the NHS's ability to provide what were previously routine treatment and services. Particular concern is the diagnosis and treatment of cancer. Can the cabinet member responsible for health please tell us what have been put in place to try and prevent the risk of cancer going undiagnosed, and where it is diagnosed, the life-saving treatment being delayed?
Thank you, Councillor Hack. I call on Councillor Chauhan to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Hack for asking such an important question. There is a significant amount of work going on across Oldham to reduce delays in diagnosis and treatment of cancer. I'm pleased to say that Oldham has taken significant steps, and over targets for 2-week diagnosis, we are meeting them. We also have two-week wait surveys, where we continuously applying the clinical risk certification. So basically assessing who are the high risk patients and residents to expedite their care. And as I said, Oldham is already meeting our targets in terms of treating, in terms of diagnosing patient with the cancer. And secondly, cancer diagnoses are also being prioritized over the normal routine investigation. So what does that mean is when we suspect that the patient has a cancer, he will be given priority in terms of diagnosis and treatment compared to someone who can wait a bit longer. Unfortunately, we had to take those steps due to the COVID. I have been informed by my health colleagues that there are some issues with delays in some pathways and diagnosis, and that's why Greater Manchester is operating under a new model which involving the provision of cancer surgical hubs in Christie's and Rochdale. And what does that mean? That those places have been ring fenced to provide the diagnosis but also treatment after the diagnosis, so it does not impact on the capacity. Fourthly, we also introduced the primary care fit testing for all colorectal 2-week referrals, which ensures that all 2-week referrals can be triaged more effectively in secondary care by flagging those patients who are at high risk through fit testing. And finally, we are also using technology like teledermatology, where we can, clinicians can send the photographs of skin problems, lesions, which can be seen, checked by specialists. And as a result of that, if anything, we are picking up more cancers, skin cancers, and treating them in a timely manner. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, Councillor Chauhan. I call on Councillor Leach to ask a question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've read several reports about a drastic cut to government provision of laptops in schools, up to 80% in some cases. Such cuts will clearly hit northern schools hardest, the schools that have been hardest hit by COVID restrictions already, and they will hit the poorest children hardest, those whose education has been most severely disrupted and live with no access to computers for home learning. Would the Cabinet Member for Education clarify the position in Oldham? Schools now have a legal duty to provide remote education for isolating children. Will there be many children and young people in Oldham who cannot access online teaching?
Thank you, Councillor Leach. I call on Councillor Mushtaq to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Leach, for the question. The DFE scheme for children and young people with social workers delivered devices to schools in July. Since then, Oldham schools with COVID-19 cases where pupils have had to isolate have been able to order the additional devices. A number of schools have already received these, so the cuts in allocations will not impact on these schools. Oldham is part of a pilot for access to BT Wi-Fi, where access continues until the end of December. If there are issues with access to devices and internet connectivity for families, then we will work with DFE and providers to resolve these. Oldham schools have been providing learning activities for children and young people to complete at home throughout the pandemic. These have been a combination of online and hard copy resources. Where necessary, schools have posted or hand-delivered hard copies to ensure the children and young people can still access the bespoke resources. Still, the recent legal duty to provide remote education for isolating children still enables this blended approach to continue to take place. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mushtaq. I call on Councillor Hume to ask his question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I welcome, and I'm glad that the leader raised in his annual statement the wonderful way that Oldham businesses, local residents, charities and the council have come together to support Marcus Rashford's campaign to ensure that no child goes hungry. This was after the government shamefully refused to provide free school meal vouchers during the October half term. We saw disgusting comments made to defend this decision. We talked with one Tory MP suggesting that this would mean nationalising children, another saying that any business who provides free school meals should no longer receive government support, and one MP even saying that these vouchers would be going to crack dens and brothels. Boris Johnson has claimed that the government have given local authorities funding in the form of grants to specifically pay for these meals. Please can the leader confirm if the government conditions for the grant said that it could be used for free school meal vouchers at the October half term? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hume. I call on Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Hume for his question. I think the comments of Tory MPs that he has highlighted shows that how there was absolutely no substance behind the transition to a more liberal, compassionate Conservative Party that allegedly took place under David Cameron, and it was nothing more than a thin veneer that quickly crumbled as soon as he departed. I suppose on the particular issue of nationalising children, I wonder if Tory MPs are aware that the majority of children attend schools which are funded by public money. State schools are funded by public money, and do they constitute that as nationalising children? What a bizarre and offensive comment for them to make. But in terms of the free school meals provision here in Oldham, there was no funding given directly to the council specifically identified for school meals. However, the council was concerned about the issue and provided funding for food support to activity providers where there were high levels of need. Oldham spent more than £3,300 on food during October half-term week, working with partners who were providing activities in school holidays and providing funding for healthy food alongside these activities. Some examples of the work included 20 families in South Chadderton who received food each day to include a breakfast pack, lunch pack and tea pack. Lunch and tea, breakfast, dinner and tea, we're in Oldham, that should read, plus a cooking live session during the week via a virtual superhero academy. Vulnerable youngsters attended a multi-sport camp at Hathershaw College and each received a free packed lunch each day, and that was something that I had the pleasure of visiting last Thursday. The council also liaised with a number of local businesses and organisations, for example, Oldham Athletic, Madlow and the Muslim Society, who provided food, and we helped signpost these via our social media and the Free School Meals web finder. We also provided £50,000 to support Oldham's 3 food bank centres at the 3 Crowns, South Chadderton Methodist Church and the Salvation Army in Shaw. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. We have time for one more question. I call on Councillor Williamson to ask her question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry for the delay. It's hard work. Sorry. Please can a Cabinet member how this council will be responding to the government new kickstart job schemes for under 25s, given the record number of young people in this borough on benefits? Can the Cabinet member tell me how many jobs will be established through this initiative by this council and by Oldham Community Liaison, Unity and My Care? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. I call on Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Williamson, for your question. I will, where is it? Oops. The Kickstart scheme is similar to the successful Labour-designed Future Jobs Fund, which was launched in 2009 as a response to the economic crash of 2008. Council has maintained this scheme in some form since 2013, with 80% of citizens progressing into sustained employment. The Kickstart scheme will be overseen by the Greater Manchester Combined Authority Kickstart Board, which I sit on, to make sure we maximise the value of the programme, and an ambitious target of 16,500 placements to be created has been set. The Department for Work and Pensions and the Oldham family are hoping to create between 1,600 and 2,000 placements for Oldham's young people. This will be managed by the Department for Work and Pensions, but the Council fully intends to play its part by creating internal opportunities and playing a key role in many external opportunities, including creation and increasing quality. A key concern is how this scheme will operate under local lockdown. The scheme requires each employer to commit to a minimum of 30 placements, but the Council wants these to be high quality good jobs, which are now under pressure due to the national lockdown measures. As a consequence, Team Oldham, which is us at the Council, MyoCare, Unity and the Clinical Commissioning Group, has committed to a minimum of 50 opportunities in the first phase. In addition, Get Oldham Working has registered as an intermediary and is working with local employers to secure the minimum threshold of 30 placements across local employers. To date, the Get Oldham Working team has spoken to 75 Oldham-based employers, equating to 200 opportunities. However, there is an issue that some of these are not the good quality that we want and will not be progressed by the Council. It is important that this is not just a free labour scheme. The team is targeting key growth sectors such as health and social care, education in schools, digital and finance, and manufacturing and construction. And the Get Oldham Working team is therefore screening all opportunities and will enhance the scheme by providing in-work support across both elements to support the Kickstart workers in work and to progress them into sustained work. I believe around 1,650 would be created over the next 13 months in Oldham through different intermediaries, regardless of roles, but it's highly important that we stick to working with the ones that we are assured are the high quality and meaningful opportunities that we would like to see. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, just please turn your mic on.
My apologies. Sorry, we're now moving on to 9C. The next part of this section is questions on Cabinet minutes. I call on Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Shah to second. That Council notes the minutes of the Cabinet as circulated.
Moved, Madam Mayor.
Second, Madam Mayor.
Is there any dissent? Thank you. Do any members who are not Cabinet members wish to ask a question on the Cabinet minutes? I have advance notice of a question from Councillor Ahmad.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For my question, I go back to the theme of the day or bargain of the year, that's Spindle's Shopping Centre. It's item 9C, Cabinet minutes on page 44 and 52. Madam Mayor, I can see the Cabinet has reviewed creating a better place, including the Oldham Town Centre vision, and agreed which projects can go ahead in the current financial circumstances. Personally, I believe it to be a fantastic news that the Council has secured ownership of the Spindle's Shopping Centre. Leaders share the price with the purchase price with us, and it's clearly a bargain price. It's clear that some of the Council's detractors are exploiting the understandable lack of understanding of complex local government finances and the distinction between capital and revenue budgets for cynical political gain. Can the relevant Cabinet member please explain whether Spindle's purchase price does not affect the Council's day-to-day budget and the ability to employ staff and deliver essential services? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Ahmad for this question. The distinction between capital and revenue is something that is not understood by the public, but understandably so, because it is something that is quite unique to local government. I know that the majority of members on this call, if not all, do understand that distinction, but sadly there are some that either don't or pretend that they don't in order to make the cynical political points that you referred to. So as Councillor Ahmed and many councillors will know, local government is forced to observe a distinction between capital and revenue expenditure in local authorities. Capital is money that can only be used for one-off costs, such as the purchase of a building like Spindles, whilst revenue is to be used for ongoing costs, such as the payment of staff wages. Therefore, the purchase of the Spindles shopping centre from our capital budget has not used funds that could otherwise have been used to mitigate the impact of the cuts that we face to our revenue budget and pay staff wages or run day-to-day services. As I confirmed in my leader's statement earlier in the evening, we secured, and I'll say this over and over again now that I know that I can, we secured the centre for £9.5 million, less than a quarter of what the previous owners paid for it. And in the intervening period since Councillor Hudson's question, I believe that there has been a rumour doing the rounds that we took on debt liabilities of the previous owners of the centre, and that was what he was referring to when he asked me the question around whether we took on additional liabilities. No, that's just a rumour that someone's made up to try and suggest that it's not a good deal. We've not taken on any debt. We bought the building for 9.5 million, and it's as simple as that. Thank you, Councillor Ahmed. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. We now move on. Are there any other questions on the Cabinet minutes, please? No. OK, we'll move on. The final part of this section is questions on joint arrangements and partnerships. I call on the spokespersons to move the minutes. Greater Manchester Transport Committee. Councillor Fielding.
Move, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Greater Manchester Waste and Recycling Committee. Councillor Raymond. Thank you. Greater Manchester Combined Authority. Councillor Fielding.
Move, Madam Mayor.
AGMA Executive Board. Councillor Fielding.
Move, Madam Mayor.
Police, Fire and Crime Panel. Councillor Williams is absent. Sean, will you move that?
If I'm permitted, yes, move, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioning Partnership Board, Councillor Chauhan.
Move, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Majorca Board, Councillor Steve Bashforth is not available. Can Marie move that?
Move, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do any members of the council have a question on the minutes? I have advance notice of a question from Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The question is on the joint arrangements between pages 63 and 118 in the Green Book. And it's under the minutes of the meeting of the Greater Manchester Waste and Recycling, specifically page 73 under Communications and Behavioural Change Action Plan Progress. Members may recall at a meeting of Oldham Council in July 2016, the Liberal Democrats brought a motion asking for a local bin app for Oldham, which was almost unanimously supported across the chamber. The motion was approved by Council, and it was pleasing to hear that 2 years later, the then Greater Manchester Waste Disposal Authority introduced the R4GM app. The R4GM app for mobile phones contained information such as where's my nearest, when's my bin collected, what do I do with, what can I recycle at home, and a useful contact us. I've used the app myself and found it really helpful, and the feedback that I've had from local residents when I've directed them to it has been very positive. When we're looking to reduce the amount of waste going to landfill, the app can only be a good thing. It was quick and easy to use, and the information you needed was at your fingertips. We need to use such technology in our fight to increase reuse and recycling, and therefore save cash for much needed local projects. I understand that GMCA are looking at procuring a new app. Therefore, could I ask the relevant cabinet member or GMWRC spokesperson, firstly, if they're aware of the decommissioning of the app, and secondly, to support the procurement of the new app, and thirdly, when can we expect the new app to go live? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. I call on Councillor Raymond to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, it was agreed at the GMCA Waste Committee on 12th of March 2020 that the R4GM app was to be decommissioned, and I was aware of that. The app did cease. However, all of the information on the app can be found on the Oldham Council and Recycle for Greater Manchester website. So people who do seek information will not miss out on anything, because the information is readily available on our own website. I fully support the procurement of a new app. GMCA has not provided definitive timelines in terms of the date for the app, but we have asked them if they can provide this information. So as such, I will forward to all the elected members as soon as it is available. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Murphy, for your question.
Thank you, Councillor Raymond. I call on Councillor Roberts to ask a question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So mine's on page 85, GMCA 144/20. I'm asking a question put forward by Councillor Bashford. The Working Well Work and Health Programme has been expanded to support those in Greater Manchester who have recently become unemployed. What was the previous focus of this programme, and will its ability to deliver on its original objectives be compromised by this expansion? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. I call on Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Roberts for this question. The Working Well Work and Health Programme is not just something that is featured in the Combined Authority minutes, but it's something that features within my brief at the Greater Manchester level as lead on work skills and digital. Now, the Working Well Work and Health Programme is something that was outperforming its requirements in the contract, and its requirements in its contract were to support those that were either recently found themselves unemployed or were at risk of finding themselves unemployed due to vulnerabilities that they experienced themselves. It's a comprehensive package of support that not only gets people back into work or supports them to remain in work, but provides mental health and well-being support too. So it's a real holistic package, and it's quite nationally leading in its own way. Because of it overperforming what we asked of it, it was therefore not considered unreasonable to expand the scope, given the challenges that more people are likely to face because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And there's been sufficient resource put into the contract and the provider, so that the work that they originally carried out around those that were most vulnerable at falling out of the labour market can still continue and deliver on the same objectives, whilst this additional stream of work to support those that have been affected by COVID is ongoing. So there needn't be any concern that the expansion of the Working Well Work and Health contract would have a detrimental impact on its original piece of work. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. I call on Councillor Harrison to ask a question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's page 96 in the Green Book, Greater Manchester Combined Authority, minute 16420. It's great news that funding of up to £1 million of growth deal funding has been approved for regeneration projects in Oldham Town Centre. This is just one of many successful external funding bids that will support investment and regeneration in our borough. Could it be confirmed, please, what this particular grant is going to be used for? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. I call on Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Harrison for this question and highlighting a time where highlighting something where we have got a significant amount of resource out of Greater Manchester to support our ambitions in Oldham. The funding is part of the Growth Deal 3 allocation of £6 million for the Accessible Oldham Town Centre scheme, which is a programme of interventions that will improve connectivity to and around Oldham Town Centre, particularly for pedestrians and cyclists, and support our regeneration ambitions for the town. The 1.355 million approved by the GMCA will be released to Transport for Greater Manchester and allow Oldham to recover the money it has invested so far in developing our Accessible Oldham programme, subject to meeting certain conditions, which we are, I can assure you, well on with. The funding also covers the cost of works already carried out at Retiro Street, improvements underway on Hunters Lane, and the junction improvement at Waterloo Street and Rhodesbank, which will see new traffic lights installed and crossing facilities provided for pedestrians, with work due to start before Christmas. The remainder of the £6 million is earmarked to public realm works around Albion Street and Henshaw Street, and for a new access junction into the Southlink development site, which will be released by the Greater Manchester Combined Authority at a later date once detail of these schemes has been firmed up. And Councillor Harrison is absolutely right that this is just one of a number of successful bids that we've made for external funding, meaning that of many of our regeneration ambitions in the town are being funded by people other than Oldham's local council taxpayers. And I'm referring specifically to our bid that has progressed to the next stage within the Town Deal Fund, which originally was for up to £25 million, but the limit on that has been increased. And also our successful bid for a capital acceleration grant to help with an acquisition in town to clear a site to provide new homes on a brownfield site within town. So thanks, Councillor Harrison. I hope that clears up where that money is going to be used, but thanks for providing the opportunity for me to highlight that we've also brought in a lot more money for other things too.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Are there any more questions on the minutes? Item 10, progress update on the Oldham review of safeguarding practice. I call on Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Mus to second the progress update.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, of course. Madam Mayor, this paper has been brought to the Council at the suggestion of Councillor Sykes to provide an update on the progress of Malcolm Newsom and Gary Ridgway's assurance review into the handling of historic child sexual exploitation in Oldham. I'll keep my introductory remarks brief to maximise the time for members to ask questions. However, I think it's important to re-emphasise a few points. We requested that this review be commissioned because it's absolutely vital that the Council and our partners do everything possible to tackle child sexual exploitation, that we learn any lessons from the past, and that our work today is as good as it can be. CSE is an abhorrent crime, and the arrest that took place this week as part of Operation Green Jacket show that it is an ongoing challenge. I hope this review will give the Council and our residents the confidence that in Oldham we are doing all that we can to keep every child safe. The report before you this evening is relatively short, for the simple reason that the review is completely independent, and we do not and cannot monitor the review team's progress. Two council officers sit on Baroness Beverly Hughes's steering group to help ensure the review team get the support and information that they need in a timely manner. But the council have no control over what the review team investigate, who they speak to, or what evidence or documentation that they request, as of course is entirely appropriate. Once the review team's report is completed, it will be published by the Greater Manchester Combined Authority, and we will ensure that we are open and transparent about its findings and what they mean for how we work here in Oldham. The review is robust, rigorous, and will look at all allegations and concerns raised. The review team are the leading experts in their field, most recently completing the investigation into Operation Augusta, which was published earlier this year. While the terms of reference point to a deep dive into cases from 2011 to 14, they explicitly state that the review will also look at cases outside of that time period. We know from the documents and evidence the review team have requested that they are already looking at evidence from as far back as 2006 and as recently as 2017. They have our full support and have so far accessed hundreds of documents and conducted scores of interviews, including with council staff and elected members, as well as members of the public. Ultimately, when the review team report, we must ensure we learn from any lessons that they deliver. We are lucky to have committed social care teams who do incredibly challenging work to keep our young people safe. As a council, I know we are united in thanking them for that work. But we can't be in denial that CSE has and continues to take place here as it does elsewhere. We have to always strive to improve, and I hope that when it is complete, this review will help us to do that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Councillor Moores?
Yes, happy to second this, and sure, Councillor Fielding has said everything that I would say, but we will take on any lessons learned and set them forward with the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moores. Does any member wish to speak? I've had advance notice of questions from members. I call on Councillor Hazel Gloucester to ask a question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Prior to the commissioning of the inquiry in November 2019, were the leaders of the 3 political groups on Oldham Council consulted? Were they all aware of the proposed scope and terms of reference for the inquiry? And did they all agree to the inquiry being commissioned on this basis? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gloucester. I call on Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Gloucester for this question. A meeting was indeed held with the Chief Executive, the Leader of the Council, which is me, and group leaders to share, group leaders, which are Councillors Sykes and Hudson, or their substitutes at the time, to share and discuss the scope and terms of reference prior to the commencement of the review. The terms of reference are freely available on the Council's website. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. I call on Councillor Sykes to ask us a question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank the leader. And I'm glad we've got this report, our interim report, about this matter that's very important and of great concern to many people. A couple of questions, some of which he touched on in his introductory remarks. How long have similar reviews taken to complete, so we can have some idea of when the final findings are likely to be reported? How will they be shared, and will there be an opportunity like this for elected members to discuss them with the report tabled as a specific item at a future meeting of full council? And although the years 2011 to 14 were chosen for the focus of the inquiry, the review team have and will continue to consider matters outside 2011 to 2014 timeframe. Can I confirm that? Why were the years 2011 to 14 specifically chosen for the focus of the inquiry? And how many witnesses have been interviewed about events outside of this period, and which years do those events span? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. I call on Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Sykes for his questions. It's very difficult to give an accurate timescale given every review is different in scope and scale. A progress review is expected to be completed by the review team by December 2020. And following this progress review, we expect to be advised by the review team of the timescale for any additional work that may need to be completed. The findings of the review will be published and will be available to members of the council and public. And this will include being tabled at a future full council meeting and Oldham's Safeguarding Partnership Board and any other relevant meeting or committee. The period of 2011 to 2014 was determined to be the most appropriate timescale to ensure that issues and allegations being circulated online could be addressed. However, the review team are not limited to the period 2011 to 14 and can investigate any other specific concerns they identify outside of that time period. We are aware from information they have requested that the review team have used this flexibility and have considered evidence dating back to 2006 and as recently as 2017. As this is an independent inquiry, we are not aware of the total number of witnesses that have been interviewed by the review team in relation to any of the time periods. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. I call on Councillor Chris Gloucester to ask his question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. How were the members of the review team selected? Specifically, what was the process of selection? What factors favoured the selection of Mr Newsham and Mr Ridgway? And how was Oldham Council involved in this process?
Thank you, Councillor Gloucester. Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thanks to Councillor Gloucester for his question. Oldham Council and its Safeguarding Partnership were not involved in the selection of the members of the review team. The independent review team comprises Malcolm Newsom CBE, previously a Director of Children's Services at a number of different local authorities, with extensive experience driving improvement in children's services, and Gary Ridgway, who was previously a Detective Superintendent and Head of Public Protection. The review team were already in place, having been commissioned by the Greater Manchester Combined Authority to conduct the Manchester Review, which culminated in the publication of a report entitled An Assurance Review of Operation Augusta, published in January 2020. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. I call on Councillor Al Hamdani to ask his question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The National Home Office sponsored independent inquiry into child sexual abuse, IICSA, has recently concluded its hearings on the sexual exploitation of children and young people by organised networks. The Liberal Democrat group wrote to the IICSA to ask if it would actively engage with the investigation in Oldham, and they replied they were examining 6 other areas across the UK, which instead have been chosen to represent a range of sizes, demographics and institutional practices, and it didn't see that it was necessary to liaise with the Oldham investigation. We believe that the Oldham inquiry is looking at similar issues to this investigation by the IICSA, and it would be common sense to share outcomes so that any conclusions that applied could be implemented quickly and effectively to enhance the safety and protection of children and young people in Oldham and elsewhere in the country. And not just on that specific investigation, there are a series of investigations by that inquiry which will be equally applicable. Could the leader or cabinet member please provide me with reassurances tonight that we will make every effort to work with the IICSA to make it so and implement those findings? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Al Hamdani. I call on Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Al Hamdani for his question. The short answer is of course, but Oldham Council has been in contact with the Home Office who are aware of the Oldham review. I can assure you that we will do all that we can to ensure that the learning from the review is shared with the IICSA. We will also be bringing the learning from the IICSA to Oldham Council and our safeguarding partnership when it is published. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. I call on Councillor Hamlet to ask his question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The progress report acknowledges the difficulties for survivors of talking to the review team about their experiences and recognises that a sensitive approach is required. It does not provide any information on what follow-up support is made available for them after their interview. Could you provide any information on what support is made available to those survivors once they have completed their interviews? Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlet. I call on Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Hamlet for his question. This is one of the areas where I am aware and able to reveal slightly more information than is in the report itself, which is that the support for any survivors of CSE identified by the review has been made available from St Mary's Sexual Assault Referral Centre in Manchester. The centre offers a wide range of support and aftercare for victims, including ongoing counselling. So the support is there, Councillor Hamlet. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. I call on Councillor Garth Harkness to ask a question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The terms of reference specify that there will be a first gateway review expected at the end of this year. Will this specifically identify any additional key lines of inquiry that it is recommended should be pursued to provide further reassurances? If someone wanted to ensure that this additional assurance was delivered, or to ensure that any additional lines of investigation were covered, how would they respond at this stage?
Thank you, Councillor Harkness. Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Harkness, for this question. The Gateway Review is an opportunity for the review team to share their progress in reviewing the evidence. At this point, they will highlight if they feel they need to investigate any further matters before they report their findings. It's not the best opportunity for any additional lines of inquiry to be fed in by others, and we would urge that anyone with concerns or allegations that they feel need to be included to contact the review team directly. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Councillor Horbin to ask his question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A few questions on this issue to Councillor Fielding. He says that this report, the report tells us nothing. This report tells us nothing that's been going on for the last 12 months, in my opinion. It says it's completely independent and there's no council control. But as far as I'm aware, and as it says in the report, it's the council themselves that have been trying to contact victims. How can we be independent of this review if it's the council that's themselves asking for victims to come forward? And how does he expect victims to come forward when him himself, on 2 occasions, and I'll repeat this like I did last time, called the allegations barefaced lies, appeared in a newspaper publication saying that people were scaremongering on the internet? How does he expect people to come forward to this council, who are giving some information to an independent review on council-headed paper, when the leader of the council is coming out with statements like that? Further to Chris Gloucester's question, I'd also like to know who appointed the steering team, because obviously if there's a review, there's a steering team, and the steering team will be, as it says, steering that review team into where they want them to look. I'd like to know who's on the steering team and who appointed them. And a question that's in the air and has been in the air for a while, before we went to the GMCA for this so-called independent review, it was trumpeted that Dr. Mark Reed was doing an independent review for the council as a standalone investigation. Nothing was ever mentioned of Dr. Reed once he declined the offer from the council to take this on. And nothing has ever been said why he decided to do that. Is there any chance of getting them questions off Councillor Fielding? And one last question, which relates to something coming up further in the meeting. If Councillor Fielding is happy with this report and is happy with the review going on, and quite confident in everything that it says, and quite confident that his colleagues will back it, why has he found it necessary to try and rewrite the motion that I put before this council? Surely if he had confidence in what he was doing and had confidence in this report, he wouldn't need to manipulate a motion. He would have the confidence that his members would vote it down. Can you please explain that for me as well?
Thank you, Councillor Horbin. Councillor Fielding to respond, please.
OK, I'll try and take those in the order that they were posed. The first around the report tells us nothing. Well, that's because it's an independent review. We can't provide an interim update on work that's being conducted by other people over which we have no control. So the reason that the report tells us less than you would like is simply because of the review's independence, and we're not privy to the details, as I've said in response to a number of questions that have already been asked. With respect to the steering group itself, as detailed in the report, the steering group is at a Greater Manchester level, but it includes a number of representatives from Oldham Council in order to facilitate the availability of the documents that the investigators ask for, and also to ensure the smooth running of the review so that it can do the work that it's been brought in to ask about. The third thing was the barefaced lies stuff. I have responded to a similar question to a number of people via email a number of months ago, but I note that my comments do not make it onto the social media pages of those individuals because sadly they don't fit the narrative that is trying to be presented. So I'll just read out what I said last time. So the transcript of what I said at the meeting was, over the last few months, there have been daily postings on social media about planning and historic planning in terms of, planning building consents and historic safeguarding incidents, the two of which are, as you will appreciate, are completely unrelated. These allegations have been combined with a series of online personal attacks on councillors, residents, MPs and council officers, and often come from people with a clear political agenda. Too often, however, the allegations and claims made online are barefaced lies. The response to the question can be found online in the recording of the meeting where that took place. And you can see that I said that too often the claims online are barefaced lies. Too often qualifies the remark that not everything that is said online is a lie. However, there is an awful lot which is. The things posted online which are out and out lies include, but are not limited to, that a councillor in a neighbouring borough campaigned for the Labour Party whilst he was being paid by the council. He did not. that senior individuals within Oldham Council have endorsed the murder of a resident. They have not. That councillors earn in excess of £100,000. They do not. The members' allowance scheme can be found online, and my allowance is not even half of £100,000. And finally, that I used my position to secure a job for my partner at the Greater Manchester Combined Authority. I did not. And I'm aware that one of Councillor Holbin's associates was recently in trouble with his employer for being responsible for circulating that accusation online himself too. With respect to Dr. Mark Peel, Mark Peel is the only person that's able to give his reasons for stepping down from undertaking the review. He didn't provide a reason to either me or the Chief Executive, only that he did not wish to undertake it. I understand that the press and others have contacted him to seek an answer to that question. I can only assume, since it's not appeared online or anywhere else, that it's not an answer that he's wanted to give, but it's not something that I can do to put words in his mouth. In terms of the amendment that's coming later, we will deal with that when it comes, of course, under motions of opposition business. But the reason it's necessary to amend it is because I do have confidence in the independence of this review. Councillor Holbin suggests that if I didn't have confidence, then we should vote down his motion. But it's necessary to amend it because there's a number of factual inaccuracies, contradictions, and things that this council really shouldn't and wouldn't want to be calling for, which I'll cover when I move the amendment later. So I have full confidence in this review. I hope that this report that's come forward tonight and the honest answers that I've given to questions that have been posed about it will be heard by fair-minded people that have an open mind on this. But there are, of course, out there, I know, that will never be satisfied by what has been said tonight or what will be reported when the review team reports themselves. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Are there any more questions, please? No? OK, thank you. Does Council note the report?
Noted.
Noted.
Thank you.
Noted.
Right, thank you very much. We're moving on to item 11, the COVID response. I call on Councillor Shah to move and Councillor Fielding to second the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move this report, which outlines the tireless work across the system to tackle this pandemic and support our communities. As you will be well aware, since we last came together as a council, coronavirus rates have continued to rise here in Oldham, regionally and nationally. In just a few hours' time, we will go into a second national lockdown and once again face sweeping business closures, restrictions on our daily activities and further curbs placed on our ability to see our friends, family and our loved ones. The latest coronavirus figures here in Oldham make for bleak reading, Madam Mayor. Over the last 7 days, from the 25th to the 31st of October, we have had 1,759 new cases identified, an increase on the previous week total of 1,602. This is a rate of 742 per 100,000 per population, which is the highest rate across Greater Manchester and significantly higher than the England average. You may well ask, Madam Mayor, how have we got here? It seems a very long time ago, though it's only a short few weeks, that the government implemented the Tier 3 COVID alert system. We were placed first into Tier 2 and then into Tier 3, accompanied by a heartfelt and headline-grabbing campaign from council leaders and from the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, asking government for fair funding for businesses affected by the Tier 3 restrictions. We asked for funding to pay for 80% of wages for workers furloughed due to Tier 3 restrictions. We were told this was not possible, but now we see the exact same figure agreed for the whole country. We asked for recognition and funding to acknowledge that businesses in Oldham and Greater Manchester had already been struggling under Tier 2 restrictions for months. Less than a week later, when London was placed in Tier 2 restrictions, the Chancellor announced a package of support for those in Tier 2, but nothing when Greater Manchester asked. This support was possible for Oldham and Greater Manchester, yet the government chose not to pay it. We will never forget this, Madam Mayor. Workers across Greater Manchester and the North will not forget this, and our campaign has not ended. This is not about party politics, but it's about basic fairness. We're still negotiating with government over our funding package and are determined not to let those businesses affected by the previous restrictions suffer, particularly as these businesses are now facing the even more severe impact of a full lockdown. We are still working to establish exactly what the full package of business support is, but rest assured that once we have those details confirmed, we'll be working hard to make sure Oldham businesses are benefiting quickly. We're also fighting to make sure our wider communities are as supported as they can be, because make no mistake, this lockdown will have a huge impact, particularly on our most vulnerable. For example, it is grossly unfair, Madam Mayor, that people who fall into the clinically extremely vulnerable category are being told to stay at home but will be paid just statutory sick pay of £95.85 per week, which equates to less than a third of the minimum wage. This policy forces people who are so vulnerable, they have been told by government they should stay away from the workplace, to make the decision between feeding their families and putting their own lives at risk. And they know this choice is not just about their own health, but about the risk of putting increased pressure on our stretched NHS resources. As the clinically extremely vulnerable well know, if they were to become ill with COVID, they would most likely require hospital treatment, which would be far more costly to the government in the long term. We know that some employers will pay people's wages, but Madam Mayor, we also know many will not, or will not be able to, as they are facing financial problems themselves. We cannot live in a society that asks people to choose between their health and potentially their life, and putting food on the table or a roof over their heads. We will continue to lobby and fight on this issue and any other that Oldhamers need our support and leadership on. With that, Madam Mayor, I move this report.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. Councillor Fielding to second, please.
Second, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak? I have advance notice of questions from members. I call on Councillor Diane Williamson to ask a question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whilst the wearing of face coverings has been mandatory in supermarkets and shops since July the 24th, there are still many instances of customers not wearing them while shopping. Rightly, some customers are entitled to be exempted from wearing them on medical grounds, but the majority are not. I know that unions and the British Retail Consortium have expressed concerns over the safety of staff asking customers to wear masks. So clearly it is not reasonable to expect shop staff to take sole responsibility for enforcing the law. Can the Cabinet member therefore please answer a two-part question? What we as a local authority are doing to encourage retailers to promote the take-up of the Sunflower Scheme, where customers with a medical condition are issued with a lanyard identifying their exemption. How this authority is working with retailers and with the police to enforce compliance and to fine those individuals who are not exempted and who continue to flout the rules. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. I call on Councillor Shah to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Williamson, for your question. If it's okay, I'm going to deal with the questions in reverse order. So the Council is working closely with the police, who are the enforcing authority for the wearing of face masks, and have undertaken joint visits to engage with supermarket operators. In addition, the wider approach to national chains has been taken up at a GM level, and patrols have noted a significant improvement in the number of customers now wearing masks in supermarkets. There is still definitely work to do, and should members be aware or have seen any particular failures, please report this to the police. I can confirm that the approach with which the police approach customers is to first understand if an individual has an exemption from wearing a mask where there is evidence. This is accepted in line with current government guidance and can be as simple as an exemption card, badge, or even a homemade sign. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. I call on Councillor Hartness to ask his question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Regrettably, there have been an outbreak of COVID-19 cases in clusters in certain schools in Oldham. Can the Cabinet member please update Council on which schools and how many children and staff have been affected to date? And can the Cabinet member also tell me how these outbreaks are being managed to ensure the safety of children and staff, and how this is impacting on the education of our children? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkness. I call on Councillor Shah to respond, please.
Thank you, Councillor Harkness, for your question. Oldham schools were open for the children of key workers and vulnerable pupils throughout lockdown and fully reopened at the start of September. School and council staff worked closely to ensure that schools could open as safely as possible by meeting the guidelines set down by the Department for Education. Attendance at the start of September was very strong, with figures above the national and regional averages. As schools started to be notified of positive cases, pupils and staff have followed advice from public health to isolate, and attendance has dropped below the averages. Most Oldham schools have now had positive cases, which have resulted in bubbles of pupils and staff unfortunately isolating. In recent weeks, an average of 4,750 pupils and 130 staff have been isolating each day. Council teams in public health and education are in direct communication with head teachers and continue to support them with preventative infection control and case management advice to ensure provision is safe. If pupils are required to isolate from school, then there is an obligation for online learning to be provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. I call on Councillor Al Hamdani to ask his question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Given that the earliest date that the forthcoming lockdown is going to end is only 8 days ahead of expected new trading arrangements with the EU coming in for businesses, and I ask this question in particular for those businesses which are going to be closed during that lockdown, has there been any indication from the government, either generally or to the council, of when they'll be making an announcement on this and whether they will provide additional support for those businesses which have been forcibly closed, especially if the lockdown is extended? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Al Hamdani. Councillor Shah to respond, please.
Thank you, Councillor Hamdani, for your question. It's really important. New trading arrangements with the EU will begin on the 1st of January 2021, we hope. But trade negotiations are ongoing, but there are significant issues. Concerns persist within the business sector in relation to exporting and importing issues and border controls. It is clear that the focus for the business community has been on managing the impact of COVID-19, whilst the government continues to negotiate a deal, which was supposedly supposed to have been oven ready. The council has been proactive in promoting the Business Growth Hub Brexit Support Programme, which outlines 10 steps businesses need to take and the opportunity to discuss issues with an advisor. The council is supporting the Greater Manchester Combined Authority Economic Resilience Group, which has focused on COVID-related issues, but is also considering the impact of Brexit. Impact of both the virus and Brexit will be a recession. Councils and the Combined Authority are looking to develop and implement a recession package for businesses. In relation to COVID-related support, the government is holding a live policy update today, apparently to outline the financial packages which will be available for local businesses. It is expected that this will include a grant payment for the 4-week national lockdown, potentially between £1,334 and £3,000 per 4 weeks of closure for businesses with a rateable value. Controversial job support scheme has been suspended, with the coronavirus job retention scheme being extended until December. So increasing from 67 to 80% of the salary from a maximum of £2,083 now up to a maximum of £2,500. We will obviously, Councillor Hamdani, keep an eye on it and try to do our best and support businesses as much as we can. But a lot is, as we know, regretfully at the door of the government.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. I call on Councillor Hamblett to ask his question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and as Cabinet Member for Health and Out Social, I'd just like to place my note of thanks as well to all those in the health and care sector as well, doing a fantastic job. And with that, can I ask my question of, due to COVID-19 restrictions, access to services customarily provided by GPs and district nurses have become more limited. GP surgeries are closed and consultations are often made over telephone or by video link technology, which some patients find it hard to access. Some services provided in home, such as district nurses providing B6 injections and shoppers visiting elderly patients, appear to have disappeared. My worry is that the longer this goes on, the more harm will be caused to patients. Can the Cabinet Member please tell me how this is impacting on the health of patients And in the management of their conditions, what active steps local health services are taking to ensure all patients, particularly those who are elderly, vulnerable, or have chronic health conditions, can access the services they need. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlet. Councillor Shah to respond, please.
In March 2020, there was a national directive issued that all GP practices in England should move to a triage first model in order to protect other patients and stem the spread of COVID-19. This means that where possible, every patient should be screened for COVID-19 before attending, and where appropriate should be treated remotely, either by phone or digital consultation. GP practices were also instructed to remain open for the delivery of face-to-face care where a condition cannot be treated remotely or the patient cannot use the technology for any reason. We encourage all patients who can manage digital solutions to do so, as this allows more telephone and face-to-face capacity for those who cannot. By the way of hard data, I can inform the member that the latest published data as at the end of August 2020 clearly shows that appointments in general practice have continued to rise to pre-COVID-19 levels during September and October. Whilst there have been a significant shift towards online and telephone consultations, the data shows that face-to-face consultations are still taking place across all practices and that the number of home visits remains relatively unchanged to pre-COVID-19 levels. During the height of the first wave of the pandemic, general practice supported colleagues in community nursing by performing roles such as B12 injections, usually performed by community teams. It remains the case that any patient or their representative who has queries about accessing care should contact their registered practice in the first instance or the clinical commissioning group team who will be able to assist them. Finally, I want to remind us all that general practices are now also focused on the restoration of routine chronic condition management and prevention services, including vaccination, screening and immunisation, contraception and health checks. This year's flu vaccination commenced late September, and as at the 21st of October, 60% of people aged over 65 in Oldham have received a flu vaccination. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Hamlet, and thank you for the acknowledgement. I'll pass that on to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. I call on Councillor Hazel Gloucester to ask a question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A study released in September by Oxford University's Centre for Evidence-Based Medicine and the University of the West of England found that polymerase chain reaction, or PCR test, which is widely used to test COVID-19, can result in the detection of a large proportion of false positives. According to Oxford University's Professor Carl Hennigan, this is a situation in which the presence of harmless virus particles, which a person's immune system has efficiently dealt with, results in a positive test, despite that person being no longer infectious. Previous reports have also indicated that the presence of antibodies in a person after infection can also similarly lead to a false positive test. Given these situations would result in a greater number of positive tests being recorded than actual infectious persons, can the Cabinet member responsible please tell me if the PCR test is exclusively being used in Oldham's testing centres, whether we know what the percentage of false positives is, and whether any secondary test to PCR is carried out to verify whether somebody is actually infectious. Sorry, tongue twister.
Thank you, Councillor Gloucester. Councillor Shah to respond, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Gloucester, for your question. The local testing sites and mobile testing units currently in operational all use PCR test. A PCR test can tell us if someone has the virus. However, it does not tell us if they are infectious. However, this is not the same as a false positive. The term false positive is used when a test incorrectly identifies someone as having the virus rather than a term associated with a level of infectivity. Research published in the British Medical Journal suggests that the proportion of false positives from PCR tests for coronavirus is in the region of 2%. However, this figure will also vary depending on the characteristics of the population tested, and it does not tell us if someone is likely to pass the virus on to others. People are more likely to pass the infection to others if they have symptoms, and we know that approximately 90% of people who test positive at local testing sites reporting having symptoms when they book their test. Therefore, it is likely that a high proportion who test positive are infectious. However, secondary tests are not available to confirm this. Understanding whether someone is still infectious would require an additional analysis in laboratories, and this is not currently part of the national testing programme for tests undertaken at local testing sites. I know that's a bit technical, but I hope it does answer your question, Councillor Gloucester.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. I call on Councillor Chris Gloucester to ask his question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Prime Minister announced on the 9th of September that an army of COVID marshals would be employed nationwide to check that businesses are taking the contact details of customers and that social distancing is enforcing the rules. Then he announced that the marshals will have no new powers and that local authorities will not receive any new money and assistance to employ them. Can the Cabinet member tell me if Oldham Council has engaged any marshals, and if so, how many and what their effectiveness has been? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gloucester. Councillor Sharp to respond, please.
Oldham has adopted a three-stage approach to compliance and enforcement, initially working with communities through door-to-door engagement, targeted communications through community networks, and information and intelligence sharing. Follow-up action supported through the additional funding will enable additional patrols, which will enable wider engagement through engagement with the public to promote the necessity of social distancing and wearing of face coverings, engagement with businesses and informal monitoring of rules compliance, so signage and physical measures, collating intelligence of non-compliance, information and intelligence sharing, working closely with other multi-agency partners such as the police, community safety and environment, etc. But this work provides a sound basis for informed and focused enforcement through joint police and council officer visits, particularly over evenings and weekends. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. I call on Councillor Sykes to ask his question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can the Cabinet member clearly define what form of support there's likely to be for our care homes after we enter lockdown? And will all residents of care homes continue to be able to receive regular either virtual or garden visits, or telephone calls, or Skype, or FaceTime, or whatever from their relatives? Because I'm sure you'll appreciate that's absolutely crucial to their well-being and health. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Councillor Shah, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Sykes, for your question. And I think this is one of the most difficult questions I've fielded when residents have raised concerns, because it's just so understandable and it's such a difficult balance to achieve when you're dealing with a public health crisis. The response is quite lengthy, so please do bear with me, but I think it's really important that we get it right. So there's been a significant amount of support in place for care homes and their residents since the outbreak of the pandemic, and the movement into Tier 3 will not require a change to the support provided. However, we review the care home situation on a daily basis, and any indication suggesting enhanced support is required either for any individual care home or across the sector are immediately addressed. The following information summarises the support in place and the arrangements with regard to visiting. So support is being offered by partners across the system to our care homes to ensure they can best care for our most vulnerable people in these difficult times. This includes specialist GP support, including the provision of medical equipment, visits from our multidisciplinary support and treatment in care homes team to offer practical nursing support, GP-led webinars on a range of topics, a care home liaison service for specialist mental health support, and the introduction of a frailty app for additional support, a weekly newsletter to care homes with key information and advice, daily sit-rep calls to gain a real-time picture, and a weekly care home support group meeting consisting of senior clinical care, commissioning and quality representatives from across the system to identify priority areas requiring rapid intervention and support. The Infection Control Fund has been implemented by the Department of Health and Social Care to support care homes and other care providers to put in place effective measures to minimise the risk of infection. Oldham's allocation was 2.3 million in round 1 and is 2.1 million in round 2. We have developed a system-wide risk assessment and individual risk assessment regarding care home admissions. This has involved all parts of the system, including the hospital and the forms and including the hospitals, and forms the basis of our approach to care home admissions. All care homes are following the government's care home support plan, which advises a period of 14-day isolation on admission and works on the basis of an assumption of COVID positivity. In line with national hospital discharge requirements, all patients being discharged to care homes are tested for COVID-19 prior to discharge. In addition, staff are tested every 7 days and residents every 28 days. On the 12th of October 2020, the Department of Health and Social Care stated a requirement to put in place designated settings for COVID positive individuals who would ordinarily have entered care homes. The purpose is to provide care and support while people go through their 14-day isolation period, and we are in the process of finalising our arrangements in Oldham. Whilst no care home visiting, other than essential visits by visiting professionals and visits by relatives in exceptional circumstances such as end of life, has been taking place in Oldham, from Friday the 16th of October, closed window visiting was reintroduced, and guidance was issued to care homes to enable them to facilitate this in a safe way. Care homes have also been requested to start to plan for more progressive visiting and submit their risk assessments to us for a review. Further guidance and a visiting framework for Greater Manchester is imminent, and we will be working with the care homes to implement this in a safe way. With regards to other forms of contact, care homes have been provided with smartphones and given access to schemes offering free iPads, and these are being widely used to support video calls with family and friends. Whilst I accept it's not always the same, we are trying to balance the safety of care home residents, our staff, and the wider population. It is really difficult, but everybody's doing their best, and I'd like to acknowledge all the effort they've made.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. I call on Councillor Murphy to ask his question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can the Cabinet member also help to dispel any misinformation that GP surgeries have closed their list to patients due to the pandemic who wish to change GPs or have recently moved to the area? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Murphy, for your question. Can I remind the members that all GP practices in Oldham are and have remained open throughout the COVID pandemic. Lists for new registrations have also remained open, and there's been no change in rules regarding patient registrations. Any person who moves house or wishes to change GP practices for any other reason can register at the practice of their choice, providing they live within the agreed practice boundary. If any person experiences any challenges in respect of registration, they should contact the clinical commissioning group, who will be able to provide advice and liaise with GP practices if that's required. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. I call on Councillor Gary to ask a question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like some clarification, if any can be given, regarding the COVID-19 tests carried out by the NHS on the COVID-19 test being carried out by private companies such as Serco. The government has made much of its world-beating COVID-19 contact tracing application, but we hear that the application itself cannot handle NHS or Public Health England's test results. The app itself returns to the following message. If your test took place in Public Health England lab or NHS hospital or part of a national surveillance testing conducted by Office for National Statistics, test results cannot currently be linked with the app, whether they're positive or negative. If this is true, then the one thing that the government contact tracing app isn't is a National Health Service app. It would appear the only data it can hold is that provided by private organisations such as Serco. This raises a question regarding the doorstep testing that the council has recently been organising. Do we know if that data is being picked up by the Serco app or not? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gary. Councillor Shah, to respond, please.
Thank you, Councillor Gary, for your question. Most tests for COVID-19 are undertaken under Pillar 1 or Pillar 2 of the National Testing Strategy. So Pillar 1 tests are those undertaken in NHS hospitals and through Public Health England laboratories, and Pillar 2 tests are those undertaken in the community and handled by commercial laboratories. The vast majority of tests conducted in Oldham are Pillar 2, including all tests at local testing sites and mobile testing units, as well as those undertaken through door-to-door testing. Hope that answers your question, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. I call on Councillor Fithian to ask his question, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Unfortunately for the people of Oldham and the country, the Conservative government have failed to provide a track and trace system that is fit for purpose. This is not helped by groups and individuals who persist in posting misleading and divisive information on social media. I've been very concerned recently to see such posts from people who say they are proud of Oldham, posts such as the top 2 coronavirus hotspots in Oldham, Wormwood and Alexander. Expect another police crackdown in Shaw, Chadderton, St James's, Medlock Vale, Royton and Saddleworth, plus extra patrols outside the Granby and Upper Mill. This was posted on the 24th of October and relates to MSOA data, which is clearly being used in a selective manner to try and stimulate division at a time when we should be pulling together. The people of Oldham need clear and accurate information to help them understand how the coronavirus is spreading and what steps have been put in place to try and reduce infection rates. They definitely do not need information from keyboard warriors who fail to either understand or are unwilling to give the full facts. Could the Cabinet member please tell us what, if anything, can be done to prevent individuals and groups from posting misleading and divisive information on social media? Could you also tell us how can residents ensure that they are accessing accurate and up-to-date information? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fithian. Councillor Shah, to respond, can you make it brief, please, Councillor Shah?
I will try my
We're running
best.
out of time.
Yeah, I'll try my best, but it's a really important question and I'm really grateful to Councillor Fithian for asking it. This virus is one of the greatest challenges, if not the greatest challenge most of us have ever faced. And during the pandemic, I've been heartened by the response from our communities and our hard-working team, Oldham staff. People have volunteered to make a difference, checked on their neighbours and others across their communities and stepped up to keep people safe and supported. I would expect nothing less from our people in Oldham. As a borough, we've been through a lot, from the devastation of 2 world wars to the Shaw gas explosion and the Saddleworth Moor fires. In the spirit of our famous suffragette Annie Kenny, we've shown strength, resilience and community spirit in the darkest of days. As this pandemic continues and as we go into tougher restrictions this winter, it's more important now than ever that we demonstrate those attributes we're famed for. But this camaraderie, determination and resilience is being picked apart by a minority who are attempting to use the virus to sow hatred, intolerance and division. We must not ever let them succeed. Posting misleading and divisive information on social media is absolutely unacceptable and we will not tolerate it. We will call it out and take action where we see it, and we urge others to do the same. Anyone who has been a victim of any sort of hate crime, including on social media, must report it to the police. We cannot let people get away with it. And let me assure you that the people who spread hate do not represent the vast majority of Oldhamers. The fact remains that the virus is circulating in all areas of our borough, from Saddleworth and Shaw to St Mary's. Our engagement teams have been out and about across the borough, engaging with residents across all communities for that very reason, just as our enforcement teams have been taking action where they see the restrictions being breached. Don't just take my word for it, though. Please do read and share the data we have. We are committed to providing accurate and timely information on the virus figures and update the data on our website weekly. I would urge people to visit our website and other factual, reliable sources of information and point to such information if they see so-called fake news circulating online. People from all backgrounds have helped us to fight back against this virus. We must continue to do the same because we'll not beat it divided. And it's bad enough having a government who has continuously throughout the pandemic sold and spread divisive information too. So we just all need to play our part and not let them divide us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. Unfortunately, we've run out of time on that topic, and now does Council note the report, please?
Noted.
Yes.
Agreed.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 12, notice of administration business. Motion 1. I call on Councillor Shah to move and Councillor Surjan to second the motion, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, this motion itself is a great illustration of one of the huge challenges facing businesses at the moment. Since we submitted it, the regulations affecting businesses in Oldham have changed twice, but by my count, in less than 4 months since July, the rules in Oldham have changed at least 7 times. Businesses thrive with certainty and stability when we can be reasonably confident about what the future holds. Businesses can invest in jobs and growth opportunities. At the moment, Madam Mayor, they don't know whether they're coming or going. Many businesses still may not know what support will be available after they are forced to close this evening, and that's just not good enough. Of course, COVID and the ongoing questions over the future relationship with the EU create uncertainty. But putting Brexit to one side, the government could provide some confidence and certainty if it committed to supporting businesses and people through to the other side of the pandemic. Or alternatively, they should admit that they're not committed. These are hard choices, but it would be better for people to know if the government isn't willing to go on providing support. At least then people would know they need to find other options. I will always argue for support for our arts and culture and for hospitality, the sectors hardest hit by COVID. We'll need them more than ever on the other side of this. But if the government isn't going to stick by them, then tell us now. Many people in these sectors, Madam Mayor, are already being forced to look elsewhere, and the data shows the scale of the challenge. In Greater Manchester in September, there were 143,000 people claiming unemployed benefits, up 92% since March. At the end of August, there were also 131,600 people on furlough, and 86,000 had claimed a second self-employment support grant by the end of September. That's a huge number of people out of work or in precarious situations, even before the new lockdown comes into force. Whilst vacant job opportunities have returned to an extent, they're still well down on pre-crisis levels, and again, that's before the new lockdown. In short, Madam Mayor, the picture is very worrying and shows just how important it is that support for businesses to retain jobs, as well as support individuals to add to their skill sets. There are things we can do locally. For example, we're supporting people in their job search through Get Oldham Working, committing to doubling the number of apprenticeships employed by the council, and collaborating with partners on a new scheme to encourage people to create social enterprises. But ultimately, a national strategy will be needed and is desperately needed. Amidst so much uncertainty, people and businesses need some sense of what will be there after COVID, the tools to get themselves there in one piece, and the support to make the most of the new reality. Madam Mayor, I move this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. Councillor Surjan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this very important motion. Respected members and colleagues, I urge you to support this motion, as it's vital that we support our residents across the borough who have been significantly impacted by COVID-19. While I applaud the government's recent announcement of extending the furlough scheme through the second national lockdown, we know it's simply not enough. In Oldham, we've seen many of our local market traders, pubs, bars, restaurants, and the wedding industry take a heavy hit. Many long-standing and established businesses have been forced to cut back on staff, scale down their business, and sadly, in some situations, had to shut up shop due to the crippling effects of the pandemic. As a borough, we are still trying to recover from austerity that was brought about a decade ago. This pandemic has set us back even further. The Tory government is not engaging with local authorities, businesses, or trade unions effectively. It must work with these bodies to bring about a long-term recovery plan and not a short-term patch job like we're seeing now. Yes, this may sound harsh, but it's necessary. We're talking about the lives of thousands of people and their families who are unsure when they'll get their next paycheck. Existing companies, and particularly small family-run businesses that don't have deep pockets, need to be supported to keep or recruit new employees. This is especially important in sectors that have been hit hard, but that we will need as we recover, especially the likes of the arts and music industries. We have to also support the self-employed, a significant section of our economy, and a group of people who will have, at times, felt abandoned in recent months. We need to support our students, at universities and recent graduates. Otherwise, a whole generation of young people will be on job seekers and benefits the talents lost and wasted as industries suffer. Once again, I urge all my colleagues to support the motion so we can bring about a long-lasting positive change and impact for the lives of our residents across the borough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Surgeon. I have notification that some members wish to speak on the motion. Councillor Chris Gloucester, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I start off by saying that the Liberal Democrat group on Oldham Council fully support this motion. And we fully support this motion because businesses need support now to plan for the future. When COVID kicked off and we went into the first lockdown, then the business support grant and subsequently the discretionary grant was welcome to some businesses, but was very unfair to others. So if you had a premises that was subject to business rates, then you were likely to get a grant. But if, say, you were a mobile hairdresser, for example, or a taxi driver, you were likely to get nothing. But those people, and they're on the breadline, would get very little, if any, help whatsoever from the government. Last night, we had an audit committee, and our responsible officer, Anne Ryans, was very good in her report to us about the issues that currently stick with this council. Over the last few weeks, as the impact of the pandemic has increased, the government has made a number of announcements about support for businesses, including the payment of grants which will be administered by the councils. The second national lockdown has also introduced a further set of grant arrangements. Unfortunately, those just are not sufficient to help the people of Oldham. There's been a delay in issuing detailed guidance to councils, and high-level announcements have been made giving an indication of the grants to be paid out, but not the detailed arrangements, which is not helpful for the council, and it's not helpful for the businesses that they're supposed to be supporting, and therefore the people that work for those businesses. Some changes have been made to the grant schemes that have been announced before there was a change to implement them. In particular, the high-level information relating to Tier 2 payments applicable in Oldham up to the 23rd of October, when we went into Tier 3, has changed. Detailed guidance was only issued late yesterday, and the council is now working through the practical steps required to process the payments of the grants. But the council has not yet received any grant funding to enable it to make the payments, and hasn't been told how much it will receive to even make them. And as from midnight tonight, you know, people aren't going to work. Nobody will be receiving any money. The council wants to be able to process payments quickly and then support businesses in Oldham, but we're absolutely unable to progress this because of the changes in announcements and the lack of clarity on the requirements. It's important that we as a council make checks in relation to people that are claiming grants, and it was eye-opening last night that around about £1 million of fraud has been identified by people making fraudulent claims to the grant scheme, and it's reprehensible. Now, if we remember the grant scheme and the second grant scheme, that took between March and August to sort out. We've now gone into a 4-week lockdown where people need more support. We've heard nothing, so how on earth, as a council, are we going to be in a position to support those people without getting the information from the government that we need? And the government really, really needs to sit up and do something about this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gloucester. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The changes in anti-coronavirus measures have been imposed too late, and we're behind the curve, not in front of it as a result. The government's job support scheme and other forms of support follow this pattern. Furlough was due to end, and people have already lost their jobs or made decisions on this basis. And they might have made many very different decisions had they known that it was going to be extended. The help offered to Tier 2 has also come too late to Oldham, as many of our businesses have struggled, as others have already described, for months with no support. There continue to be gaps in the support offered nationally, including a staggering 3 out of the 5 million self-employed across the country do not meet the criteria for government support schemes. Despite government claims to the contrary, universal credit is not a safety net for all. And the government has yet to make a long-term commitment to maintaining the additional £1,000 a year that was added to universal credit, and has still not addressed other weaknesses in welfare support, for example, the bedroom tax, the 2-child limit and the benefit cap, which means that many people didn't actually receive the additional universal credit payments. And although a 1-month reprieve on evictions was put in place over Christmas prior to this, the ban has not been extended for this new lockdown, and nor has the government fulfilled its long-standing pledge to end Section 21 no-fault evictions. If we are, as we must, to quote, build back better, we need a more radical integrated approach than is evidenced so far by this government. The motion calls for long-term flexible measures to support jobs, to help people retrain and to support businesses. It looks like we'll be moving in and out of levels of control measures for some time to come. Chopping and changing support measures creates uncertainty and does not help people or businesses manage their futures. Before this lockdown, the New Economics Foundation estimated there would be another 450,000 job losses this winter, and this can only now be worse than projected. We need to move on from patchwork schemes and late changes, followed by delays, as has just been outlined by Councillor Gloucester. We also need a wider and more inspiring vision for our future as a country. We can't go back to 2019. We need a greener, more inclusive economy offering prosperity for all with no one left behind. And we need finally to address the disparity in the way that the North and the South of this country are treated. We need a long-term strategy consistently applied as called for on this motion, and it's urgently needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Councillor Al-Hamdani, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like again to support the motion and to echo some of the comments that have just been made. In particular, Councillor Roberts talks about the 3 million people who've been excluded. It beggars belief that so many people have not been supported. The motion talks about patchwork of schemes, and it's a patchwork, and it was a patchwork to begin with, and then it's gone all over the place. And there's no consistency of thinking, of approach. We knew there was going to be a second peak months ago. Why is this happening in the way that it's happening now? Why have these considerations not already come in? You know, the largest ever all-party parliamentary group was formed to identify the problems that there were for, and when you're talking about self-employed people, the business is the person. You're not having a business fail, you're having a person fail. That's not good enough. They had people from every party in the House write to Rishi Sunak and identify the gaps that there were for self-employed people, and they got no response for 4 months. And then they got a response last week that said, actually, we're not listening to, no, we don't accept any of your recommendations. So that's 3 million people who've just been left and left again, and that's not good enough. So I completely agree with the motion, but what I want to see is, we're talking about writing to the Prime Minister. I think not just the emphasis on business, but that emphasis on the individuals. We are a country of entrepreneurs. We have so many small businesses that are single people finding their way on their own, and we need to be standing up and helping those people. You know, there's an electrician that I've worked with on a regular basis, and I was talking to him 2 days ago, and he's ended up on universal credit, and he's going backwards and forwards, and he doesn't know whether he's going to be working, how long he's going to be working, and every single time he has to put in a report of how many hours he's done, and it's chaos. And people are facing chaos, and they shouldn't be. Just be organised. Just think these things through. I commend the motion, and thank you everybody for your comments. I couldn't ask for more.
Thank you, Councillor Al Hamdani. Does any other member wish to speak on the motion? Councillor Shah, do you wish to reply, please?
Just very quickly, Madam Mayor, just to acknowledge everybody's contributions and to personally thank them for the contributions. It is a really, really difficult motion, and you're right, Councillor Al Hamdani. You know, this isn't about a business. This is about lives and impacts on people's lives, and you know, and I dread to think the impact on their mental well-being and what this is going to do to families is just devastating. But unfortunately, we do have a government who seems to be acting without any kind of empathy or understanding for people's lives or the impact on people's lives. So this is a start, and you're right, we will continue to hold them to account. But the sheer arrogance in the way in which they have conducted themselves throughout this pandemic has just been distressing. It's not even politics. I don't even know what to call it. It's been the most horrifying 7-8 months that I've ever witnessed in my whole life. I just don't even know how to describe it or what to call it, because the impact on people right before me, people who, you know, whose lives have changed within days and weeks, has just been horrifying. And then the loss of lives throughout this as well. It's just devastating. But thank you so much for all the contributions, and let's hope that somewhere, we're approaching Christmas and it's the cold winter months, let's hope to have some of a glimmer of some kind of understanding for people that we represent. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. Does Council agree the motion? An electronic vote will now be taken on the vote for the amendment. Can members vote now using the chat function if they are for, against or abstain on the motion?
Madam Mayor, my chat isn't working, so if I can give a vote verbally, please.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, Madam Mayor. I'm in the same position, so can I also give a verbal vote, please?
Yes.
And can I give a verbal vote as well?
Madam Mayor, same here. Can I give a verbal one too, please?
Right,
Madam
okay.
Mayor, can I give a verbal vote as well, please?
Thank you.
This is Councillor Stretton, and I don't seem to have the voting buttons. I've just got the thing telling me progress so far. So I'll vote for.
Just need to scroll up, Jean. Just need to scroll up and you see it.
Found it. Thank you.
Liz, this is really embarrassing, but when I tried to vote for, it just said something went wrong, please try again. So I'm going to have to register my vote in favour verbally.
Me too, Madam Mayor. This is Councillor Harrison.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Hart, I'm voting for as well.
Councillor Brownridge, I'm voting for.
Councillor Jakes, I'm also voting for.
Sorry, Councillor Jakes, I'm voting for.
Councillor Shuttleworth voting for.
Thank you.
Councillor Rapps, voting for.
Councillor Byrne voting for.
I've just had confirmation from Paul that the motion is carried. Thank you very much. And can you mute your microphones, please? And we'll now go on to motion 2. I call on Councillor Ball to move and Councillor Hume to second the motion, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The last few weeks have been hectic as, following discussions with the British Legion and others, we had to decide how Oldham would organise remembrance in the town this year. The guidance as to what we could do changed as we moved from Tier 2 to Tier 3 and now to full lockdown. As Councillor Shah has already said, the bottom line was we did not want to organise anything which could have meant the virus spreading, particularly affecting our more vulnerable residents. So there will be no services at any of our outdoor memorials. However, we will be live streaming a service from the parish church, and there will be pre-recorded elements from the mayor and the cadet, as well as reading and prayers from our clergy. Oldham Music Centre have recorded their bugler playing the last post and reveille at Pots and Pans, which should be really nice. They have also recorded hymns for their own Facebook page, which we will also make available on our website. We have also pre-recorded wreath laying at all our 7 memorials. So the service will be streamed from 10:30 on oldham.gov.uk/Remembrance Sunday, and it will also be on community radio. We will begin with photos of soldiers who lost their lives in World War I, and the service itself will start at 10:50. And residents can download the order of service from the council website. But as Arush said, please remember that we still need to buy our poppies or give a donation to the British Legion, as now more than ever they need funds to help support veterans. And I will repeat, anyone can lay wreaths and pay their own respects at any of the borough's memorials, but please, not at 11 o'clock on Sunday or 11 a.m. on Wednesday, which is Armistice Day, and please make sure that you're socially distancing. I want to give my thanks to all who've helped put all this together, and I do hope that you will agree with this course of action.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Sorry, just bear with me a minute. Councillor Hume, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Ball, for proposing this motion, and Councillor Shah for your earlier comments on the issue. Remembrance Sunday means so much to so many people, and I know missing those services this year will be hard for everyone. As a brass bander, I've played at the town centre service and dragged a euphonium up to the top of Pots and Pans on quite a few occasions. Seeing the thousands of Oldhamers who make their way to these services always fills me with pride. And the 2-minute silence at the top of Alderman's Hill is a deeply moving experience. I know that many here and those watching at home will have family members who have served or are currently serving our country, or indeed have served themselves. And though restrictions mean we cannot commemorate in the usual manner, we must continue to remember the extraordinary sacrifices that have been made and continue to be made. The Royal British Legion will be struggling to raise funds in the traditional way this year, and their job will be made even harder after we go into lockdown tonight. So please, as Councillor Shah and as Councillor Ball have said, make a donation to them if you can. After the Second World War, we built a country fit for heroes, at its heart the NHS. By staying at home this Remembrance Sunday and Armistice Day, and instead standing on your doorstep for the 2-minute silences at 11 o'clock, you'll be protecting the NHS and protecting the lives and legacy of those heroes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hume. I've got notification that a member wishes to speak on this. Councillor Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just briefly, I think it is this is one of just the latest tragedies in terms of how the current pandemic will impact upon this celebration. I think it would be remiss of it to not also urge people to make sure they support the poppy appeal, whether they buy poppies or just make a donation or whatever, because I know it will be impacted upon their ability. I know that already from speaking to people. However, the reason I'm speaking to this is we are where we are, but I think it's regrettable we are, and we didn't attempt to involve people in the districts, because where Remembrance Sunday is particularly important is at our individual memorials, and we have a proud record there. We went initially for a very much stripped down event, and with something occurring with a small group of people at each war memorial, and then we decided not to do that. And subsequently to going into national lockdown, the event that was proposed at Oldham Parish Church now can't go on. But if you do read the government's Remembrance Sunday guidance, outside events, not inside events, strictly controlled and as prescribed are allowed. And I think it's a little bit regrettable that even if it was only something for a couple of minutes, there couldn't be an event at the traditional memorials we have in our borough. And I think we've made a mistake with this. I've said that. I've brought this up to meetings ever.
If the mayor says to me, I'll tell her.
Councillor Hudson, can you mute yourself, please?
Yeah, how do I do it?
Go on the mute button.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we are where we are. I know we can broadcast stuff. I'd urge people to pay their respects, but not at the 2 peak times. Nothing to stop anybody putting a wreath down. I'll be very honoured to make sure a relief. I've been filmed laying it, and I'll officially lay it on Crompton War Memorial for you, Madam Mayor, along with representatives from the Royal British Legion. But I do think we could have done this slightly different with some earlier discussions and some thought. If, God forbid, we're in the same situation next year, I do hope we can have some earlier discussions, engage with our district leads, and then maybe hopefully do something to commemorate stuff out in our districts, which I think could be a lot more appropriate. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. Councillor Byrne, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to emphasise what Councillor Ball has said about making donations, and the organiser here in Saddleworth has been encouraging us to make donations and gift aid them as well. So if I could just put that to members, if you make a donation, you can gift aid it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Councillor Ball, the right to reply, please. Just one moment. I believe John Hudson wishes to speak.
Right.
Councillor Hudson.
I just want to, Madam Mayor, thank Councillor Ball for all what she does, and to say I'm sorry I won't be there on Sunday, but I do support the motion. Although I don't know how to do it electronically, I must admit that. I'm giving over in May, so you won't have this trouble again. But I'd like to thank Councillor Ball for the wonderful job she does on behalf of the people of Oldham.
Thank you, Councillor Hudson. Councillor Ball, right to reply, please.
Thank you, John, for those words. That's cheered me up. And thank you, Howard, for your comments. The reason why we didn't have the outdoor services was that we really couldn't make sure that there were no more than 6 there. We wouldn't have control over it. That was the biggest problem. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Does Council agree the motion? An electronic vote will now be taken on the vote on the motion. Can members vote now using the chat function if they are for, against or abstain on the motion? If you experience any technical issues, you can record your vote verbally.
Councillor Shuttleworth for.
Apologies, Madam Mayor.
For.
Madam Mayor, the electronic voting it has a technical issue at the moment, so I'm going to have to do a roll call.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Ahmad?
For.
Councillor Al Hamdani?
For.
Councillor Ali?
For.
Councillor Alias?
For.
Councillor Ball? Councillor Ball?
For.
Councillor Marie Bashforth?
For.
Councillor Briggs? Councillor Briggs?
For.
Councillor Brownridge?
For.
Councillor Byrne?
For.
Councillor Cosgrove?
For.
Councillor Curley?
For.
Councillor Davis?
For.
Councillor Dean?
For.
Councillor Fielding?
For.
Councillor Gowrie?
For.
Councillor Chris Gloucester?
For.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester?
For.
Councillor Goodwin?
For.
Councillor Hamlet?
For.
Councillor Hack?
For.
Councillor Harkness?
For.
Councillor Harrison?
For.
Councillor Hewitt?
4.
Councillor Holbein,
4.
Councillor Hudson,
4.
Councillor Hume,
4.
Councillor Aftab Hussain,
4.
Councillor Iqbal, Councillor Jabbar,
4.
Councillor Jakes,
4.
Councillor Leach,
4.
Councillor Malik,
4.
Councillor McLaren,
4.
Councillor Moores,
4.
Councillor Murphy,
4.
Councillor Mushtaq,
4.
Councillor Fithian,
4.
Councillor Price,
4.
Councillor Roberts,
4.
Councillor Salamat,
4.
Councillor Shah,
4.
Councillor Sheldon,
4.
Councillor Shuttleworth,
4.
Councillor Stretton,
4.
Councillor Surjan,
4.
Councillor Sykes,
4.
Councillor Taylor,
4.
Councillor Torr,
4.
Councillor O'Rayman,
4.
Councillor Williamson,
4.
Madam Mayor.
4. The motion is carried. Next item 13, notice of opposition business. Motion
Madam
one.
Mayor,
Yeah.
can I raise a point of order, please, before we cut into the minutes for this part of the agenda?
Just bear with me one moment. Can you explain what the point of order is?
Yes, it's on procedure and process, Madam Mayor, with regards to my motion and the amendments put against it. And I don't want to take up opposition business time. I would rather get this out of the way before we go into opposition time.
Just bear with me one moment, Councillor Holbein. What is your point of order?
My point of order, Madam Mayor, thank you for allowing it, is I've put forward, along with the Oldham Conservatives, a quite reasonable motion 4 in the next part of the agenda. And an amendment, or being called an amendment, has been put forward against my motion. With the procedural rules and the constitution of the council, I noticed in part 4, items 12 and 13, that there is certain procedural limits on amendments and on motions, and I would like clarification that the amendment set in, because it doesn't look like an amendment, it looks like a complete rewriting of my motion. I would like to know if that's actually allowed, and the timing of it coming through at late yesterday afternoon, whether the amendment should be allowed to supersede my motion. I need clarification on them issues, please, and I didn't want to take up opposition business time with that question.
Just bear with me one moment, please, Councillor Holbein. Just
Oh.
Jean, I think you've shared your screen.
Somebody else.
That'd be Jean.
right, Councillor Holbein. The amendment has been considered, and it is actually a valid amendment to be put before the council.
So in section 13, Madam, where it says amendments must be by 12 o'clock noon the day before, has it passed that?
Yes, it has.
Because it was only sent out to members at 16:50, I believe, yesterday afternoon. So have we got proof that the council received that before the 12 o'clock deadline?
Maybe I can screen share and show I sent it in the morning on Monday.
Yes.
I'm not proposing that I do that, but there is an audit trail.
Madam Mayor, I can confirm that Constitutional Services received the amendment before the deadline.
And does it fit the scope of an amendment? Because for me, that's more than a little amendment. That's almost rewriting my motion.
Well, right, Councillor Horbin. It is valid. The amendment is valid, and
so the amendment is valid. Is that what you're saying, Madam Mayor?
yes, Councillor Horbin.
So how, you'll forgive me because obviously I'm quite a new member. So do I get the option of proposing my motion, or does the amended motion go first?
Councillor Horbin, you will get the opportunity to put your motion forward.
Okay, can I then, as part of this, ask the majority?
Councillor Horbin, I've ruled on it, so let us get through, and then we'll come to your motion.
I was just trying to make sure I got time for my motion, Madam Mayor, and I was just going to politely ask the majority opposition whether they had any option of me going earlier, or whether they would speed up their 3 motions to allow my time.
Well, if you let the mayor get on with it, then we'll get to your motion.
Right, we'll carry on so that we can get to your motion, and you will have that time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so the next motion is I call on Councillor Sykes to move and Councillor Williamson to second the motion. Councillor Sykes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just we're still sharing our screen, but we're getting there, aren't we? The motion in terms of motion 1 we've tabled tonight is the Liberal Democrat, which is one of our customary 3 motions. If you choose to look back over the last 5 years. Council meeting. I make no apologies this time, Madam Mayor, for returning to a subject that the Liberal Democrats raised more than 6 years ago, and that's the introduction of a default 20-mile-an-hour speed limit on our borough's minor residential roads. The COVID-19 pandemic has made us all too aware of how precious and fickle life is, and has also made us more aware of what we can do as an individual can impact on the life chances of others. At a time when many people feel powerless in the face of this dreadful pandemic, killing our speed is something that we as drivers can choose to do. By choosing to reduce our speed to 20 miles an hour, we can do so in the knowledge that making the right choice will help reduce the deaths and injuries on our roads, especially amongst our young and our elderly. Public opinion shows that taking action on vehicle speeds is popular. In polls, around 70% of respondents want to see the introduction of 20-mile-an-hour zones on our roads, and when they are introduced, their popularity increases. Over 20 million citizens in England now live in authorities within this limit. Isn't it about time that Oldham citizens have the same opportunity? So what are the advantages? Safer streets for all, but particularly children and the elderly, because those are the ones that get injured and sometimes fatally in accidents. You're at least 5 times less likely to die if you're at a 20 mile an hour than at 30 mile an hour, and 10 times if you happen to be over 60. In the distance a 20 mile an hour driving car can stop, car travelling at 30 mile an hour will still be doing over 20 mile an hour when it hits somebody. And also there are 20% less injuries on roads with 20 mile an hour speed limits. It promotes active health for residents. It reinforces healthy lifestyle by encouraging walking, by making it feel safer, cycling, and active travel. And if I could say, that was one of the, one of the bonuses, if there could be some of that, of the last lockdown, is the massive increase in walking and cycling. And we're going to lose that if we're not very careful. And it has a massive impact on public health in the short and long term. There's environmental improvements. There's reduced vehicle emissions and noise due to lower speeds and traffic volumes. As people will know, members and the public, there's currently a public consultation on improving air quality in Greater Manchester. Introducing a 20-mile speed limit in Oldham would help demonstrate that the council is committed to making that happen. Madam Mayor, implementing a 20-mile-an-hour limit is the right thing to do, and it's the right thing to do now. Let's say 20 is plenty in 2020 and get on and do it. I commend this motion to you and council and ask you to support it. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sykes. I call on Councillor Williamson to second the motion, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So how can we get cleaner, greener and quieter streets? Well, it's not that expensive and we don't need complex engineering solutions, but rather signage, road marking, community engagement, driver education at the very start when they pass the test, and possibly, and importantly, is light enforcement. 4 in 5 drivers stay within the 24-mile-an-hour compliance threshold, but driver education and community engagement can help drivers to voluntarily comply with 20 mile an hour. As with all speed limits, periodic police checks can also be helpful. Camera technology, as well as community speed watch, which I know has been in the borough. And in 2020, our efforts will be aided assistance and black box technology fitted to all new vehicles in 2022, revolutionising speed compliance. Within that, we have to remember that there are a lot more electric vehicles on the roads now, and whilst the noise of them going across is going down the road and coming up to crossings and cyclists is really difficult at times, and there have been some accidents where people haven't heard the electric vehicle, so that's something that needs to be looked at with this. What does the approach cost? Well, less than it used to. Traffic authorities are required to sign speed limits clearly to drivers, which helps police and uphold speeding offences. However, in 2016, the Department for Transport updated the traffic signs regulations to reduce the amount of signage required to make a scheme enforceable. A budget of only £3 per person, or just under 750,000 for the whole borough, would suffice. And what it saved is, well, it saved the value of human life, but the cost of dealing with road accidents is known. We've seen that all over the news. The Department of Transport publishes figures that indicate a fatal accident costs almost 2 million, an accident leading to a serious injury 200,000, and a minor injury 20,000. So 750,000 is not so much in that context, and if it saves one human life, what price is that? So investing in a 750,000 20s plenty borough-wide scheme would not only save lives, it would save lots of money, and it would help protect our NHS too. Now, I know I mentioned all of this, and I'm not suggesting that the council isn't doing anything, but more work needs to be done. More people are cycling and walking, as my colleague has said, and that's only going to get, people are only going to be going out more. So let's work together and bring this into the whole of the borough rather than just a few streets. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. I've had notification that 2 members wish to speak on this. Councillor Harkness, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to support the motion for 2020 for 2020. Speeding is a concern which residents have raised with me for a long time, and Liberal Democrats have been campaigning for a long time with regards to 20-mile-an-hour speed limits, back in the 20's Plenty campaign previously. The council failed to support my motion for 20-mile-an-hour on residential roads across the borough previously, but I hope that they can now support this motion this time. An 18-month order to limit speed of cars in Upper Mill has been introduced. The reduced limit in Upper Mill is to help protect residents who need to step off the narrow pavements to maintain social distancing. After the HGV incidents in Dobcross last year, residents wanted Dobcross to become a 20-mile-an-hour zone too. Residents in other villages want this to be looked at too. The village road network in Saddleworth does not lend itself to 30-mile-an-hour limits, and a 20-mile-an-hour initiative needs to be considered. We were told 12 months ago that that such an initiative was being considered and funding sourced in the capital programme. Let's hope we can make some progress on this. The 20-mile-an-hour limits should go further, however, and be borough-wide, because in residential areas, a resident is 7 times more likely to be hit by a car than at 20 miles an hour. This is the reasoning behind the Upper Mill order, so it should be replicated everywhere else within residential areas. Despite this happening in other parts of the country, there has always been an excuse not to do it before. My previous motion on 20-mile-an-hour went to scrutiny, but no action was taken. My speeding motion has seen some progress, and some pleasing initiatives by the police recently are a step forward. More needs to be done, but there is progress. Given this progress and the introduction of a 20-mile-an-hour limit in Upper Mill, we need to look further afield. It can be introduced, if we can introduce the measures for social distancing reasons, then we can for road safety. A lot of work has been done by 20 Plenty, and scrutiny should look at this and how other areas have successfully introduced 20-mile-an-hour limits on residential roads and learn from this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harkness. Councillor Chris Gloucester, please.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll just be quite short on this, but what I'll just say that every death is a tragedy, but also for every death there are a lot more serious injuries, and for serious injuries there are a lot more slight injuries. By reducing the speed limit to 20 mile an hour in residential areas will have a significant impact. If we cast our mind back to the last meeting, I brought a motion to the council asking for an increase in road policing and we wrote to the government to participate in the consultation process, which I'm pleased to see that we did actually get a response for, which the response, as well as being positive, also said that the council has a responsibility in relation to how they spend the money. And as Councillor Williamson has just said, for £750,000, if that was to bring this into this borough, I think that is such a saving to the borough itself. It'll probably be more profitable than Spindles. So if we cast our mind back, Steve Williams jumped up at the last meeting to tell us that the Fire and Rescue Service had attended 70 plus collisions in the last month. So if that's how many the Fire and Rescue Service are going to, then by introducing this, that will surely also have a significant impact on the number of times that the hard-pressed Fire and Rescue Services are getting called out. I'm absolutely certain Steve's watching, so if he is, I'm sure we all wish him get well soon. But I'll just add that I really support this motion, and I hope everybody else does. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gloucester. Councillor Hudson, please. Councillor Hudson?
Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
I can indeed.
Right, thank you. I feel sorry for you. I just want to say thank you to the Liberal Democrats on behalf of the people of Oldham for talking a load of crap, which is unnecessary when the sole purpose is to make sure the motion 4 doesn't get discussed tonight, which is on people's minds. And I think people watching this will realise that governments and councils don't care a toss about the people out there. And I think it's time, whatever party we represent, we did so. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak? No, okay. Councillor Sykes, you have the right to reply, please.
I do, Madam Mayor, but there's nothing to reply to, so I'll.
Right, you okay?
I suggest we go to the vote.
Okay. Does council agree?
That's not too much crap for Mr. Hudson, Councillor
Okay.
Hudson. Thank
Right.
you.
Does council agree the motion? And I'm not sure if it's going to go a roll call. This a vote will now be taken on the motion. Can members please access the chat function to vote? Any member that experience any technical issues can record their vote verbally. I've been informed it's not fixed. Can we do a roll call, please, Liz?
Can I raise a point of order, Madam Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
So sorry to do this, and I don't want to prolong, but if we're going to have the chat function brought for the rest of the meeting, can we make sure we don't include this in the time allowed for this section and the other sections?
Yeah.
Effectively stop the clock like we have done in the past, so it doesn't.
Agreed.
Thank
Agreed.
you.
Councillor Ahmad.
4.
Councillor Al Hamdani.
4.
Councillor Ali.
4.
Councillor Alias.
4.
Councillor Ball.
4.
Councillor Bashforth.
4.
Councillor Briggs.
4.
Councillor Brownridge.
4.
Councillor Byrne.
Abstain.
Councillor Cosgrove.
4.
Councillor Curley.
Abstain.
Councillor Davis.
4.
Councillor Dean.
4.
Councillor Fielding.
4.
Councillor Gary.
4.
Councillor Chris Gloucester.
4.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
4.
Councillor Goodwin.
4.
Councillor Hamlet.
4.
Councillor Hack.
4.
Councillor Harkness.
4.
Councillor Harrison.
4.
Councillor Hewitt.
4.
Councillor Holbein. Councillor Hudson.
Abstain.
Councillor Hume.
4.
Councillor Aftab Hussain. Councillor Iqbal.
4.
Councillor Jabbar.
4.
Councillor Jakes.
4.
Councillor Leach.
4.
Councillor Malik.
4.
Councillor McLaren.
4.
Councillor Moores.
4.
Councillor Murphy.
4.
Councillor Mushtaq.
4.
Councillor Fithian.
4.
Councillor Price.
4.
Councillor Roberts.
4.
Councillor Salamat.
4.
Councillor Shah. 4. Councillor Sheldon.
Abstain.
Councillor Shuttleworth.
4.
Councillor Stretton.
4.
Councillor Surjan.
4.
Councillor Sykes.
4.
Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Torr.
4.
Councillor O'Rayman.
4.
Councillor Williamson.
4.
Madam Mayor.
4. The motion is carried. Right, we'll move on to motion 2 now. I call on Councillor Al Hamdani to move and Councillor H. Gloucester to second the motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do feel in some ways it's slightly odd that I'm the person proposing the motion because it's a motion for people to allow people to speak up who aren't already heard. It's designed to help people so that they can feel safe, so that they can go outside without feeling scared. And I have to say, I am really in awe of the work that our streets now are doing. Their campaign is what's inspired this motion. And given that, you know, I already have a platform and I can already be heard, and maybe they can't, or maybe people that they're supporting can't, I'm just going to read out some of the words of people who are affected by this and campaigning on this. The amount of looks, comments, shouts, and wolf whistles we've gotten is so tiring, it makes us feel so degraded. I was walking home from school in my full uniform when a car started driving alongside me shouting, "Get in, stop ignoring us, come on sexy baby." One of them started getting out of the car and I ran. I was 13. The first time I was ever sexually harassed by a stranger in the street, aged about 9, was directly outside the church I used to go to as a child. 2/3 of girls have been sexually harassed in the street, and only 14% of them have been taught about public sexual harassment. Sorry. Nearly half of them wouldn't report it to the school because they didn't know how to, or they feared they wouldn't be taken seriously. And 72% of those who did got a negative response. And that leaves young women, anyone who is harassed in the street, feeling that this is a taboo, that they're not right to complain about it, and it leaves them feeling frightened, they feel ashamed, and they feel they cannot be themselves. And that's why we need to change the culture around this. That's why I want to see schools teaching more around this. And that's why this motion, as well as calling for a change in the law, is about making sure that our schools are better informed, are having these conversations with children to tell them that this kind of harassment is not okay, is not a taboo, and is something that they don't have to put up with. I really believe that if somebody does talk with you and say this is not okay, they break down that barrier, that is the first step to that person not being afraid or not being ashamed, and to allow that person to be themselves, whatever themselves means to them, whoever they are, whatever they are, whoever they love. It's a step towards being safe. So I want to propose this motion because proposing it is part of this council saying that this is not okay. It's part of breaking down that barrier, and it's part of saying to people, you don't have to be afraid. And I want to say to anybody out there that this is not okay. You can talk about it, and there is always support out there for you. And whether it's through your school, and we want to see more talking about this in schools, or through the council, or through Women's Aid, or Refuge, or St Mary's in Manchester, or Survivors Manchester, or the Survivors. Sorry, there's too many, and it's a shame that there's too many organisations that have to help with this. But that means there are people out there who will listen to you. So if you are struggling with this or something, go and talk to someone, and you will be listened to. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Al Hamdani. Councillor Hazel Gloucester, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I speak to second this motion, as I'm sure that if you haven't been catcalled yourself, you will know somebody that has. I personally recall being catcalled, wolf whistled, or being the target of lewd comments as I walked past a group of men either working or outside a pub on a summer's day. Unfortunately, I think in my younger days that this type of behaviour was actually seen as normal. But as we have now become more aware of how this behaviour makes people feel, together with the lasting effects of this behaviour upon its victims, finally it has hit the radar. It's also known that this behaviour is recognised as part of wider violence against women and as a consequence of gender inequality. On top of that, with a more tolerant and open attitude towards our LGBT communities, they are also regularly becoming targets of this behaviour. It is common that this type of behaviour becomes part of the fabric of a girl's lives and experiences from a very early age. Rather than reporting the behaviour, many victims instead take taxis rather than walking. They take longer routes home and avoid going home late or on their own. This is totally unacceptable. In 2016, research from the End Violence Against Women Coalition found that 64% of women of all ages have experienced unwanted sexual harassment in public. Among 18 to 24-year-olds, that percentage increases to 85%. With figures like this, you would expect that everybody would be talking about street harassment, but actually not so. Many are too embarrassed, feel they won't be taken seriously, and some even think that they are to blame. Many people would argue that not every catcall or instance of unwanted sexual attention is worthy of police attention. But as Women Aid's Chief Executive, Katie Goose, has pointed out, wider abuses do not take place in a vacuum. Street harassment may be the more harmless end of a spectrum of misogyny and violence, but it is exactly that, a spectrum. If women aren't believed when they tell someone they've been catcalled or the victim of unrequested behaviour, an occurrence we must grimly categorise as every day, then why would they have faith that more serious offences are going to be taken seriously? In stark contrast to the UK, over 450 fines have been issued in France since new legislation came into effect in August only last year. Sexist behaviour, which includes catcalling, unwanted sexual attention or degrading comments, can now result in an on-the-spot fine of €750. It is about time we in the UK changed our attitudes to this type of behaviour and that we drive it out of our daily lives forever. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gloucester. Councillor Hudson. Councillor Byrne. Does any other member wish to speak on the motion?
Propose move to the vote, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Can I speak? Yes.
You wish to speak, Councillor Byrne?
I do, please. Yes, I thought I didn't realise I was still muted. Whilst I agree with the greater part of these, this motion, I have to take issue with that street harassment in the UK is not covered by any specific offence, unlike in Portugal, Belgium and France. Now, Councillor Gloucester has just quoted the one in France. Now, nowhere in that law, amendment of that law last year, does it mention femmes, women. It mentions specific groups. And the changes in that law were mostly in increased fines and penalties. Now, my French lawyers tell me that the law in England is far stronger than it is in France, and our harassment law, whilst it refers to street harassment, I'm not quite sure whether you want a separate law or you want an amendment of that law to mention women, because it has to mention, in France it mentions specific groups like LGBT groups and various other groups, but that was about increased penalty when the law was amended last year. So although I agree with everything else that both of you have said, I'm not sure that I want to be having another law or having an amendment to the law on street harassment that we've got, which is fairly strong if it is acted upon. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Byrne. Councillor Mushtaq.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Al-Hamdani, for bringing it. I was just having a think about what you've just said and working with the schools now, and about raising the issue. But I think this is more of a symptom of a wider societal and cultural issue about respect. About I think some of the people, the men that do these things, feel like it's their role. Feel like if they see a woman, they need to do something like this. So I think if we're working with the schools, I think it's about respect. It's about attitudes towards sex, towards women, and what that means for young men and for young women as well. So I think if we begin to also look at the root causes of this as well as the end symptoms, I think that will bring about a longer lasting change. So Sam, I'm happy to sit down with you and have a chat about that if we can do something with the schools.
Thank you, Councillor Mushtaq. Councillor Al-Hamdani, do you wish the right to reply?
Very, very quickly, Madam Mayor. It was just to reply to Councillor Byrne's point. It's not saying that there isn't a strong law in existence in the UK. What it is in France, there is a specific law addressing it, and similar to the issues that we've had around upskirting, where there wasn't a specific crime, it becomes very difficult for prosecutions to happen when it's not addressed properly. So, I mean, I'm not lucky enough to have French lawyers, so I don't know what they would say, but what I just want is something very specific that addresses this issue. The strong laws that we have don't always get applied, and that's what I want to address with a specific piece of legislation. Thank you. Commend the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Does Council agree the motion? An electronic vote will now be taken on the vote for. So I believe we're going to have a roll call.
Madam Mayor, the electronic vote has managed to start working again.
Wonderful. Can members please use the chat function to vote for, against or abstain on the motion? If you experience any technical issues, you can record your vote verbally.
I think I need to record mine verbally. I haven't got a chat button here.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Fielding voting in favour. I've got connection problems that won't allow me to use the function.
Councillor Shuttleworth the same, Madam Mayor, voting
Councillor
for.
McLaren the same, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Aftab Hussain, for, please.
Councillor Byrne for.
Councillor Iqbal for.
Councillor O'Raymond for.
Councillor Hart for.
Councillor Curley for.
Councillor Taylor for.
Just let them carry on. Thank you. I've been advised that the motion is carried. Thank you. Motion 3, I call on Councillor Harkness to move and Councillor Hamblett to second the motion, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have got plenty of things to say on this motion, but I've given the time we've got left. I'm just going to formally propose the motion as printed.
Yeah, I need someone to. I need Councillor Hamblett to second that, please.
Happy to second that, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, does Council agree the motion? Again, can you use the chat function to vote? And if you experience any technical issues, record it verbally, please.
Councillor Shuttleworth for.
Councillor McLaren for.
Councillor Byrne for.
Councillor Malik for.
Councillor Aftab Hussain for.
Councillor Fielding
Councillor
for. Councillor Fielding for.
Councillor Harrison for.
Councillor Hart for.
Councillor Salamat for.
Councillor Dean for. Curley for.
Councillor Hudson for.
Thank you. The motion is carried. I need to ask the group leaders to proceed to motion 4 if they, because the time has lapsed, if they will agree to an extension, please.
Can I propose, Madam Mayor, that we have a 15-minute extension so we can fit in this, which will be more than we've spent on any of our individual motions, and we'll get hopefully the issue debated and we can have a vote on the various matters. And I'll formally propose that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to motion 4. I call on Councillor Horbin to move and Councillor Hudson to second the motion. Councillor Horbin, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We cannot hear you.
Is Councillor Horbin in a cave because he's got this?
Yeah, I've just mentioned it, Councillor Shah.
Sorry. Hello.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'm proposing this motion. As discussed earlier on the report that was given by Councillor Fielding, and discussing with residents, discussing with a lot of people in the borough, in the review that is going at the moment, and whether it is independent or not, is the issue that I have here. I think the administration is too close to the review team. I think the administration is too close to the board that's governing it, and that is shown really in this report, where the council are working on their behalf, where stuff is going out on council letter-headed paper, asking for people to come forward. And I know that the Councillor Fielding will say there's a push to get people to come forward and there's things in their way. I think the main thing in people's way to coming forward is they're being asked to come forward to the very council that the investigation is about. They're being asked to come forward, as I said before, and I will say again, for a council leader that called it barefaced lies originally, no matter how he wants to dress that up, to a council leader that I am knowledge of when the letters were going out to people, unsigned letters asking them to come forward, he was saying it was scaremongering on the internet. These are all issues. These are all issues that make it not an independent issue for me. And if we want to do the best for our children, if we want to make sure we're safeguarding in the way that we are, if we want to make sure that we investigate every single thing that comes forward, it's for an independent team to approach victims. It's for an independent team to get the information in, circumventing anybody at the council. The council, other than handing over the paperwork, should not be part of this investigation. And this is why I'm asking for these people here tonight that are supposed to represent the residents and their constituents to put the party allegiance aside and to think of the children. Let us move forward as a council and say we will have a fully independent, open, transparent investigation into all matters of this nature, historical and now, so that we know we're protecting our children, so that we know we can sleep at night knowing that the best is being done and the investigation is an independent. If we carry on with this review, Madam Mayor and other members, have you any idea how much it's just going to be classed as a whitewash? And that's not just because members like myself and the Conservatives have stood up and gone against this review. It will be a whitewash because the council are part of this review. We cannot have we cannot police it ourselves. We've got to get some independent, proper, legally binding investigation into the very serious accusations that are levelled against us. Unless we do that, we shouldn't be able to sleep at night unless we do that. unless these members vote for this motion and not the amendment, because the amendment rewrites this in a way to turn around to the Home Office and say, yes, everything's fine in Oldham. If you really believe everything's fine in Oldham, then I'm afraid there is something wrong with what you're looking at, because it's happening all across the country. We can't sit back and imagine that this isn't happening in Oldham. So I'm proposing this motion unamended. It's a very reasonable one. There is no party politics involved, and it asks the Chief Executive to do certain things to ensure an independent and fully independent, circumventing this administration to get to the bottom of it. Until we find out what's gone on, and I've said this in the past, children are having nightmares tonight, being put through hoops, being put through God knows what. And we should be voting for, we should be voting for something that gives us a clean slate and finds out exactly what's going on and what has gone on. And I propose this motion for a vote, so every member of the public watching this tonight can see which councillors want to protect our children and which councillors don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hoban. Councillor Hudson to second, please.
Madam Mayor, I second this. Tonight, this council faces one of the most important decisions in our town's history. Do we stand up for the victims of these crimes of child sexual exploitation, or are we to be like the Good Samaritan and walk on by on the other side? I think we've got to decide, and it's up to us as a council to forget politics and continue in our way, ignoring what has been happening in plain sight for years. Madam Mayor, as elected members, we're all corporate parents, and I urge everybody to think about that when they vote tonight. You're not voting on political grounds, you're voting for Oldham and its people. This is what concerns them, and we should be doing what we can for them. And I second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hudson. I call on Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Moores to second an amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, so the amendment to this motion is an exercise in correcting the contradictions to remove elements that the council clearly can't agree to, which are contradictory to what councillors Holbin and Hudson are calling for, and I'll speak specifically about those again. And also because the motion calls for a kind of a format of an investigation that by its own description is clear that it is less independent than the current one that we have. So the motion, for starters, this is just an exercise in tidying it up, because actually sending this motion off to the Home Office would be embarrassing for the council given how poorly drafted it is. But the motion contradicts one of its reasons for wanting an alternative investigation to the one currently taking place. It states, and I'm quoting this directly, that complainants in such matters of this nature are often reluctant to come forward. But in the same paragraph goes on to say that victims with relevant information are still waiting to be contacted. If the victims referred to want to contribute to the review, they needn't wait to be contacted. And if they have expressed a desire to take part, then they cannot be described as reluctant to come forward. And that is why it's important that we've inserted a deadline into the motion so that the review that is currently underway can have access to all of the information that they need in order to do the work. It's not clear why people that are waiting to become forward and want to be actively involved in a review will be more likely to get in touch with the review that Councillor Holbin is called for compared to this one. The motion calls for council, and I directly quote this because this is really poor drafting, council standing together against the discovery of paedophilia. Councillor Hudson and Councillor Holbin are making a call in this motion for the council to stand against the discovery of paedophilia, not to seek out and deal with paedophilia, rather to ignore it and allow it to continue without being exposed. No member in this chamber can commit to standing against the discovery of paedophilia. We want to find it and we want to deal with it. And it's just, considering that Councillor Holbin tried to make an impassioned speech there about how much he deeply cares about this issue, he's not spent a lot of time on making sure that this motion is competent or makes sense. The resolution calls for the inquiry to be totally, directly quoted from this again, totally outside the scope of the present OMBC administrations, but also for a member to be nominated to work with the inquiry, who will, and I quote, report progress and any relevant findings back to the council at regular intervals, and that they should share updates with the wider public also. The kind of information to which this refers is to be reported by the independent investigators. To have it reported by a council member would be considerably less independent than the current system that we've got. And the sharing of updates with the council or wider public whilst the investigation is taking place would also not be possible. It wouldn't be independent if they were to do that. And that's been demonstrated by how little the update report that came earlier on the agenda said tonight. The findings come at the end of the process, regardless who it's conducted by, and it's not for a council member to start releasing sensitive information about an ongoing inquiry. So nobody in the right mind would support the motion in the way it's originally drafted. Now, as we've heard, the Liberal Democrat group themselves have been in touch with the independent investigation into child sex abuse, and which is controlled by the Home Office, and the Home Office have not signalled a desire to get involved in Oldham. I'm not sure why writing to them following the passing of this motion, if it were to be agreed in its original form, would change that. But we are, in the motion, committed to, and in the response to the question earlier, committing to sharing the findings of the current review with the Home Office as appropriate and as necessary, and we will take learning from both the findings of the review taking place here and the national one. Now, something else which I wasn't going to refer to until I received a call earlier this evening from my partner, who is a 27-year-old woman who is at home alone, but we did insert a paragraph in here at the end of paragraph 6 saying, Council acknowledges that the unsubstantiated allegations, personal abuse and criticism directed at members and officers of the Council and even members of their families who are not in public life have a negative impact on the mental health and morale of those concerned, particularly given that some members in this chamber and those who hope to be elected to it align themselves to this behaviour. And that point is particularly pertinent, given that some of Councillor Holbin's associates and supporters assembled outside my home this evening, where my 27-year-old female partner is at home alone, and attempted to bully and intimidate and harass her with a megaphone from across the street. These are the kinds of people that the Conservative group and that Councillor Holbin is supported by and is aligning himself to by bringing this motion forward tonight. It is disgusting.
Absolutely disgraceful, that is. Absolutely disgraceful. Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Right, okay. Councillor Moores to second, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Safeguarding is the number one issue in my portfolio, and I can assure members that I can sleep at night sound in the knowledge that we have systems and staff in place who are dedicated to protecting our children and young people. Madam Mayor, I would be obliged if you would indulge me for a few moments. It appears that some people think that this amendment is inappropriate and that I am wrong to support the amendment and that I am not fit to be a school governor. These are people who associate with Councillor Holbin. Well, I hope my record speaks for itself. I am a governor at 3 schools and they are all judged to be outstanding. Weigh that against the record of some of my online critics and I know which way the scales will swing. But let's get to the point. The motion is ill-written, ill-considered, badly worded and contradictory. As Councillor Fielding said, the motion is ill-considered because it is intended, it would derail the review that is already well underway. I don't know whether it's intended to do that or whether it's just they are doing it without thought. So why are the proposers doing this? They say it's because the current terms of reference are insufficient. I personally don't know the 2 gentlemen leading the review, but I am sure that neither Mr. Newsom or Mr. Ridgway would agree to work within terms of reference that they felt were insufficient or limited them in any way. The motion is badly worded, as Councillor Fielding said, because it states that it calls for us to stand together against the discovery of paedophilia. I hope that wasn't what it was intended to say. this is contradictory in many ways. One example is that it calls for independence and then asks for the council to nominate a member to work with the inquiry. So on one hand, we don't have a representative. On the other hand, we nominate a representative. What do they want? The motion also asks that the proposed inquiry have access to all relevant documentation and departments within the council. To me, that appears to be diluting what already is in place. The current terms of reference state that not only council records should be available, but also those of GMP, Pennine Care, and other relevant NHS organisations. It is vital that those looking into issues around CSE have access to the relevant records. So why does the motion only mention council records? That is a severe shortcoming. And this motion has really wound me up. I am passionate about safeguarding our children and young people. And to me, it's obvious that the original motion is ill-considered, badly worded and contradictory. I say it again, because that's what it is. It is accepted that it would do nothing to enhance the process. It would merely stall it. Please support the amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We have no time for members to speak. We only have the time for a right to reply and then go to the vote. So, Councillor Hoban, do you wish to reply, please?
Yes, please. And my reply will come on a few things. I'm glad that a couple of the councillors here have said that they can sleep at night. But when the vote comes, let's have it as a recorded vote so that the members of the public can see which councillors are for a fully independent inquiry and which councillors are against. So if you're not scared of showing your true colours, we'll have a recorded vote. The other thing is, it isn't the review that's in place now is not independent, will never be classed as independent in my eyes. And then for the leader of this council to align me with people that are doing things outside of here, I'm sat in a meeting at this moment in time, and he's accusing me of aligning with people that are doing things outside my remit and outside of an area that I am. I think it's disgusting that he comes on here and saying that I'm disgusting with the people that I'm associating with. I think you need to take a look at yourself, Councillor Fielding, and everything around you. That what's disgusting is that you won't stand up and let independent people investigate what's going on in this town.
Right.
Point of personal explanation, Madam Mayor. Point of personal explanation.
Yep.
If Councillor Hoban has a problem with me describing his association, certain people that have assembled outside my home this evening, who he has demonstrated associations with both on and off social media, I would invite him to put a standards complaint in against me for using that language, and then I will happily provide evidence to back up the description that I use to describe Councillor Hoban, his behaviour and those that he chooses to associate with.
Earlier this evening, Mr. Fielding also accused associates of mine of doing criminal things. I'd like him to name them people if he's got the guts in public.
Right, Councillor Fielding, you have the right to reply.
I don't think there's any more to say, really. Eddie made a very convincing speech as to why it's necessary to amend this. Even if it weren't for the events outside my home this evening, it's an exercise in tidying up the motion, which is poorly drafted. And if Councillor Hoban wants a recorded vote, I'm quite happy to consent to that, because and therefore he is supportive
because the amendment is
Holding, please, you've had your say. Go on, Councillor Fielding, I didn't hear what you said, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, just a clarification. You know, the exercise in amending this motion is one, to tidy it up, to make sure that it makes sense, and also to remove the call that Councillor Hoban has made for council to stand against the discovery of paedophilia. I'm quite happy to have a recorded vote so that it demonstrates that I don't stand against the discovery of paedophilia. I want to find it.
Stand against an independent inquiry. The vote will say that you stand against a proper, fully independent inquiry.
Right, can we go? Right, okay, that's enough, gentlemen. I think we'll go straight to the vote on the amendment, please.
Do we not get a vote on the original motion then, Madam Mayor?
One moment.
No.
The procedure is a vote on the amendment first.
That's always been the procedure.
Does council agree the amendment? Is this a recorded vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor Ahmad,
For.
Councillor Al Hamdani,
Abstain.
Councillor Ali,
For.
Councillor Alias,
For.
Councillor Ball,
For.
Councillor Bashford,
For.
Councillor Briggs, Councillor Briggs,
For.
Councillor Brownridge,
For.
Councillor Byrne,
Abstain.
Councillor Cosgrove,
For.
Councillor Curley,
Against.
Councillor Davis,
For.
Councillor Dean,
For.
Councillor Fielding,
For.
Councillor Gary, Councillor Gary,
For.
Councillor Chris Gloucester,
Abstain.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester,
Abstain.
Councillor Goodwin,
For.
Councillor Hamlet,
Abstain.
Councillor Hack,
For.
Councillor Harkness,
Abstain.
Councillor Harrison,
For.
Councillor Hewitt,
For.
Councillor Holbin,
Against.
Councillor Hudson,
Against.
Councillor Hume,
For.
Councillor Hussain,
For.
Councillor Iqbal,
For.
Councillor Jabbar,
For.
Councillor Jakes,
For.
Councillor Leach,
For.
Councillor Malik,
For.
Councillor McLaren,
For.
Councillor Moores,
For.
Councillor Murphy,
Abstain.
Councillor Mushtaq,
For.
Councillor Fithian,
For.
Councillor Price,
For.
Councillor Roberts,
For.
Councillor Salamat,
For.
Councillor Shah,
Absolutely for.
Councillor Sheldon,
Absolutely against.
Councillor Shuttleworth,
For.
Councillor Stretton,
For.
Councillor Surjan,
For.
Councillor Sykes, Councillor Sykes,
Abstain.
Councillor Taylor,
For.
Councillor Torr,
For.
Councillor O'Rayman, Councillor O'Rayman,
For.
Councillor Williamson,
Abstain.
Madam Mayor.
For. The amendment is carried. Does Councillor Horbin wish to reply, please?
Thank you,
On
Madam
the
Mayor.
original as amended.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm disappointed that my motion hasn't gone to a vote. I would just like to say to the people that have voted for the amendment, I hope while you're sleeping in the bed tonight, you're not thinking about the poor girls that aren't sleeping in their own beds and are possibly in danger, something which an independent inquiry could have rooted out. Thank you
Madam
very
Mayor.
much, and I'm sure that the rest of the
Madam
public
Mayor.
will like that.
Madam Mayor, this is not
Madam Mayor,
correct.
I think
All
this is
order
like really
ballots.
absolutely out of order from Councillor Holbein to
Yes.
suggest that anybody in this
Right,
chamber
okay,
not
please,
sleep.
right, okay, let's continue. Does council agree the motion as amended and an electronic vote will now be taken on the motion? Can members please access the chat function to vote? Any member that experiences any technical issues can record the vote. It's going to be a recorded vote again, please.
Councillor Ahmad,
For.
Councillor Al Hamdani,
For.
Councillor Ali,
For.
Councillor Alias,
For.
Councillor Ball,
For.
Councillor Bashforth,
For.
Councillor Briggs,
For.
Councillor Brownridge,
For.
Councillor Byrne,
Abstain.
Councillor Cosgrove,
For.
Councillor Curley,
Abstain.
Councillor Davis,
For.
Councillor Dean,
For.
Councillor Fielding,
For.
Councillor Gary,
For.
Councillor Chris Gloucester,
4.
Councillor Hazel Gloucester,
4.
Councillor Goodwin,
4.
Councillor Hamlet,
4.
Councillor Hack,
4.
Councillor Harkness,
4.
Councillor Harrison,
4.
Councillor Hewitt,
4.
Councillor Hoban,
Against.
Councillor Hudson,
4.
Councillor Hume,
4.
Councillor Aftab Hussain,
4.
Councillor Iqbal,
4.
Councillor Jabbar,
4.
Councillor Jakes,
4.
Councillor Leach,
4.
Councillor Malik,
4.
Councillor McLaren,
4.
Councillor Moores,
4.
Councillor Murphy,
4.
Councillor Mushtaq,
4.
Councillor Fithian,
4.
Councillor Price,
4.
Councillor Roberts,
4.
Councillor Salamat,
4.
Councillor Shah,
4.
Councillor Sheldon,
Abstain.
Councillor Shuttleworth,
4.
Councillor Stretton,
4.
Councillor Serjan,
4.
Councillor Sykes,
4.
Councillor Taylor,
4.
Councillor Tull,
4.
Councillor O'Rayman,
4.
Councillor Williamson,
4.
Madam Mayor.
4.
Abstain, John Hudson.
Council have agreed the motion as amended. I need to ask if we can have a short extension to deal with the next two items. Councillor Fielding.
Yeah, move extension.
Seconded.
Thank you.
Seconded, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Item up 14 on actions from council. I call on Councillor Fielding to move, Councillor Sykes to second the report.
Move, Madam Mayor.
I'll second Madam Mayor, and I'll just take the opportunity to point out we've got a recommendation from ONS to commend the stance we took about making public transport passes tax free, and as far as I know, that's one of the first times we've ever done that. And I just wanted to point that out to members, and I think it's very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Does council note the report?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Noted.
Item 15, council side of Oldham Metropolitan Council. I call on Councillor Fielding to move and Councillor Shah to second the report.
Formally moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Seconded, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on the report? I don't know. Shall we move on?
Report, because I cannot vote electronically.
Right, okay. Can members vote, please?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to say 4 as well. I've done it, but I don't think it's working for some reason for me now.
Councillor Raymond, 4.
Councillor Harrison, 4.
Councillor McLaren, 4. Councillor Hart.
Yasmin Tor, 4.
Councillor Ali,
4.
Councillor Surjan, 4. Councillor Taylor, 4. Councillor Bashforth. You got it.
No, Dave's got it.
Councillor Iqbal, 4.
I think I were to close it up.
So it's a majority in favour and 6 abstained. Thank you, everybody. That concludes tonight's business. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.